Good morning, everyone. Well, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Phil Sabrisky, I'm chair of the Hiku board. First of all, I'd just like to thank you all for inviting us to your house, your home, your club, Cooper's Beach Bowling Club. I appreciate that. And so I'm going to break protocol again and ask my team just to go around and introduce themselves. I've just done my bit, so we'll go around this way.
Good, Trevor Beatson.
Okay.
Good, Mike Duaki.
Kia ora tātou, Crystal Rose Tate.
Thank you, Beth.
Good everyone, Eddie Blass.
Morning, everybody. Adele Gardner, and I represent the Kaitaia subdivision. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask Mike, can we open our official part of our meeting for the karakia kids? Thanks, Mike.
Excuse my back, but it's better than my front. Tia ke I mui tā tātou karakia e tuku mihi ana ki ngā mana I te whenua o tēnei wāhira. Tua ke rā e mihi ana kia Ngāti Kahu, te iwi o tēnei kāinga ka nui te mihi. Ngā hapu maha, tuatini, tua manu, ka nui te mihi atu kia koutou. Oe no, e wakapuare tā tātou nei winga I raru I te tuenui o tēnei whare. Ko ngā manaakitanga o te wāhi ngaro ki runga I a tātou I tēnei wā. Ara hina mai a matariki a puanga ki te hunga koriro atu ki te pō. Mā tika mai rā, ko tamanui te rā e tuakera kia tātou ngā mahuea tanga o rātou mā. Uhi, oero, tau mai te Māori, haumi ui e.
Ai. Can someone who attended the Lake Ngāti opening this morning please speak on it? It just doesn't.
Yeah, very true.
Morning, everybody. Yes, we arrived about 8:30 out at Lake Ngāti, so that was part of previous meeting submissions around the liquor ban, and Whaia Hilda was coordinating that this morning with the council team and my topical. So it was really lovely little karakia service at the signs, and yeah, I think it's efforts of that local community really just submitting and writing letters to get that through. Certainly it sounded like it's been a long time coming, but the idea being that Lake Ngāti will be a safer place for tamariki mokopuna to play paddle, barbecue, have fun with their families, and a good kaupapa this morning, a good turnout, and yeah, nice to see that's part of the liquor ban area now that enhances the safety of Lake Ngāti. Yeah, it was good morning.
Thank you, Chair. Awesome. Just some housekeeping. For those of you who don't know, the toilet's down this side here. In case of a fire, exit in the corner there and over through here. Okay, have we got any apologies, declarations of interest, please? Do I have a mover?
Yeah. No, we don't need to because we don't have that in the budget.
Okay. All good? Thank you. I think that is carried. Okay, we'll open up now to deputations and speakers in public forum. Just a reminder, you've got 3 minutes and we'll let you know when that time's running short. I think we've got 3, and could we first call on Cherie Lockyer? Sorry if I pronounced her name wrong. And she's from Charge.
Okay. Kia ora, yeah, I'm Cherie Lockyer. I'm the Site Acquisitions Manager from ChargeNet. This is part of my team. We've got Ellen Tian, who's a Site Acquisition Specialist, and we've got Charlie Duke, who is our Site Acquisitions of Property. Yeah, we wanted to just basically sort of, we've been in talks with Finals District Council and Aya Morris from Sustainability, just talking about providing AC charging throughout Northland. I'm a Kerikeri born and bred myself, but essentially we're trying to deploy EV charging all across New Zealand. The government has approved basically a loan initiative where they put up half, we put up half, and we basically deploy AC and DC charging across New Zealand. Up in the far north, I'm supporting trying to put in charging into long dwell locations for AC charging, which means long dwell means people parking there for 2 hours or more. One particular one we've been looking at is Te Ahu, where you've got a museum as well as movies and other amenity that would cause dwell time for maybe an hour or two plus. What we want to propose is like AC charging as a series of 6 installation car parks. Now, these car parks won't be fully dedicated EV bay marked because obviously many car parks are constrained. And as the EV uptake increases, we can always review that on a case-by-case basis. Essentially, all it is a charging bay or a car park with an AC charger at the front of it. Now, this is a long-term project with Top Energy and the current lines charges. This is a long-term investment, and it's purely for the community to receive AC charging where they can't otherwise charge at home, but also visitors and tourists in the area wanting to charge while they visit the amenity and locations within that area. Okay. I open the forum to any questions.
Are there any questions? Just one. Bill speaking. Is this in conjunction with Meridian?
No, separate. So Meridian will be operating separately. My understanding is they're just offering pure DC charging, which is quite a different model and structure, and yeah, quite a different criteria.
Thank you.
Yeah, for you, Mr. Chair. Eddie Blass, just a couple of questions. When you say long term, what do you mean as in long term?
Yep. So initial tenure, we would look at like a license agreement where we secure these number of charging bays. We would look at 5 years as initial term, plus 2 times 5 years right of renewals. There is also the ability to relocate charging stations within the car park if that part of the car park at a later date needs to be redeveloped or utilised in some way.
And just a second question for you, Mr. Chair. How long will it take vehicles to be charged just from start to finish?
Yep. So if a car comes in, probably that's a good question for you, Alan. Yep.
So with electric cars, we generally don't recommend charging to full because the last 20% can take almost as long as the first 80%. So most EV drivers, they charge their cars between 20 and 80. For the 7 kilowatt AC chargers that we're proposing installing, it would take about 4 to 6 hours to charge completely. But then again, most modern EVs now, they are capable of more than 400 kilometers of range. So just about an hour or two's of charge can probably get you around 100 or so kilometers of range, depending on driving conditions and stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Mike Te Wake. Is Te Ahu the only place in space you're thinking about?
So far, this will be the first initial place. So, yeah, we thought best to do the pilot for Te Kaitaia in this location. There was already a DC charger site there. They're familiar with the setup. And, of course, if that setup is successful, then we would look at other areas in and around Kaitaia and greater surrounds.
Okay, kia ora. Thank you.
No more further questions? Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks for your time and thanks for letting us come in on your meeting today.
You're welcome.
Kia ora.
Okay, we're calling on deputations. This is 5 minutes. First up, we got Moana Mitchell. No, nothing yet. Hayley Hanson. Okay, we'll move on to speakers, and again, once again, that's 5 minutes. We'll Pohora Big Game and Sport Fishing Club Incorporated. Mr. Mark Thompson. Down to Amber. Come up front. Yeah, okay. No, it's not.
Mark's the president. You know, I'm just.
Brian's our patron.
Thanks for Tom. I just got a hand out because I'm not very good. I'm not very good at speaking, so photographs make it real easy. Yeah.
Only a couple of these ones.
Oh.
Impact.
YouTube video.
Yeah. I'll just run through the photographs and then. So on the front page, the photograph number 1, that's the whole our complex, and the ramp is on the left-hand side of the photograph, the concrete ramp. There's a new triangular piece there that we did a few years ago, but the concern is the lower part of the ramp, which goes into the harbour there. The ramp on one side goes into the deep water channel, and that's the result from a photograph with a car under the water. What we want to do is the photo below there with the vehicle launching, you can see it's a bit of a curve into the deep water. The ramp was made 30 years ago, and the salt water deteriorates the concrete and it causes cracking. And that was the reason for the triangular piece. When the boat trailers come out of the water, the salt water runs out, and they get the boats out of the water, they tie the boats down and get all ready to go onto the highway. And while they're sitting there, all the salt water is running into the tar seal, and it really breaks it up and deteriorates that. So that's why we put that concrete addition in there. But what we want to do is straighten the ramp. Over the page,
It's got like a 3 metre dog leg in it. There's, what do you call them?
concrete.
Yeah, concrete curbing comes straight down the hill to the ramp, and then the boat ramp dives off on a major angle, and there's 3 to 3.5 metres off square, which the boats have to manoeuvre around, and then they end up, off the ramp. So we just want to straighten it up.
The cracks in the concrete, you can see in the second photograph, but they're quite deep now, and we've had a couple of incidents where people walking when they're launching with the water under them, walking into the deep water. They can't see where they're walking, and their feet are going into the cracks. And we've had a couple of incidents. So we really want to do an overlay there, straighten and widen it so that it becomes easier. Also, widening it will give us the opportunity to put in a floating pontoon, which is on the third page. Mark's done a lot of work on that. That's the concept of it. It's the cheapest option for us. And to get it moving, and that will even make it better because it's going to be straighter and wider. When the boat trailers coming down now, people actually having to turn around and get lined up with the harbour. We want it nice and straight.
We're using Pontoons Plus, which is based here in Monganui for the pontoons.
Sure.
He actually turned out to be the cheapest option as well. The whole pontoon system will be 22,000, but our members, because there's 140 blocks, our members have suggested to me we'll buy a block to help fund the pontoon side of it. Stonecraft Construction have come in. They're friends of the club, members of the club. We're going to do it 90% of it at cost. Like we've got 9 or 10 volunteers, which regular volunteers, which have got machinery, they've got diggers and stuff. Going to do no cost to the club with the diggers. Even the local concrete pump fella is going to pump the concrete for the price of the diesel. So,
A lot of support.
yeah,
Yeah.
we have got a hell of a lot of support, but there's 22 truckloads of concrete. Brady's coming to the party on a couple of loads, but yeah, there's a hell of an expense for the concrete, and yeah, and the reinforcing and the infrastructure. But the main big cost is the silicas that go in it to make it waterproof. Like that's nearly $8,000 worth of silicas, which enable the bloody concrete not to absorb the salt water and get into your reinforcing. So yeah,
We've been working on this for a while. We had some funding set aside for it, but with the club, the repairs and maintenance, the money that we used, you guys helped us out last year for the slip repair up there. That was 15 grand that you gave us, and we put in half, but that was allocated to this job. And then we had a problem with the grease traps in the club rooms. We had to upgrade that. It was another 5 grand, and it goes on. So that's why we're here today.
yeah. But we have got a public toilet and all stabilised, and we've got a driveway down there all stabilised because of your help, and our rock bags we put in. Everything is all stable up top, and car park all done. So, but this is one of our last big projects. Yeah, just to get it through, get it finished. Hopefully get it done on the next big tide, which is in two months' time. Yeah, because we need the extra big spring tide, which goes right out to the drop off, and then we can do the work.
So what we were asking from you guys today is if you could help us with the concrete, and we'll sort out the rest. If we could put some funding towards the concrete, which comes to nearly 53,000. The total job is 82,000 plus GST, but 7,000 of that is a contingency because of the fuel increase from the war in the Middle East, and it's up and down. We don't know whether we're going to have to find that 7,000, or it might be 4,000, it might be nothing, but we've allowed it in our costing.
Thank you, gentlemen. A couple of questions. With the strengthening of the ramp, if you're getting ongoing cracks, is it the substructure? Does any work need to be done there, or prior to putting on a new layer?
No, Stonecraft, there will be a geotech mat laid, and then it will have stones, and then the overlay will be put on it. They're going to pour 2 main tilt slabs with the starters, and they will be pushed out to go over the drop off. Ewan McMillan has sponsored the club some 1 ton big concrete blocks, which he's going to hire them in to the drop off for starters, and then it'll be a 300 mil tilt slab will go over the top of that as well, and then the rest will be overlaid over top.
Another question, and I'm only asking these questions because we look after
Yes.
So a lot of your problems are very similar to
Yes.
what we have.
Yes.
How did the car go off the edge? Is he just going too far back?
Too far back, but he left
Yeah.
that particular one, left the kids in the car, and they let the handbrake off.
Oh,
Okay.
we thought they were Aucklanders.
Yeah. We've had the same situation happen. Is there, and I'm asking you, you guys don't have a small judder bar at the end of that?
No,
Because
no.
we were looking at it, some way to just signal to the driver, oi, don't go any further.
Yeah.
We talked about putting a pole up at the end to mark it. Because when
Yeah.
the tide comes in, you don't know where the
No, okay.
Yeah, well, the beauty of the floating pontoon will be at the end of the boat ramp.
Right.
Like, so it will be an indication as well of where to stop.
Yeah, cool.
So,
Good, you're just giving me some ideas. In
Yeah.
terms of the pontoon, how
there's 3 poles, which are 200 mil, which are PVC, which are drilled down and then filled with, there's reinforcing and then filled with concrete, and then the pontoons just slide up and down on that.
Yeah.
And up the top end, there's a concrete plinth, which is 1.5 meters wide, and it's chained to that. Our other option was through Herons, which each pontoon was $33,000, and they required 7 massive poles to secure them because they were 6 ton each. So yeah, now it's $100,000 for Herons pontoons compared to 20. And these pontoons have still got a 25-year guarantee.
Okay. Are there any further questions from the board?
Just through the chair, I was curious on what the data shows you in terms of ramp usage. So the number of times the barrier arm goes up and down. Do you have sort of obviously some will be higher, but in the 12-month period, are you counting the number of times people are going down?
We have, hang on, I'm just trying to work out.
We haven't got the exact data, but
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, we lost all our data when, like, early in the year when the whole computer system blew up. We had to reissue everyone cards. I can tell you there's 270 barrier arm cards there. Over the summer, we were emptying what was it? Yeah, so probably 60, that was just in coins, 60 people every 2 weeks. Yeah, over the summer. So they're out of towners, which, yeah, not even the locals. So,
No, that's all. That's all. Yeah.
Just through the chair, so just for clarity, what's the cost for a non-member to go through, and then what's the cost for a member to get a card?
A full membership is $100 a year.
And they get all access through that,
Yes.
that ramp?
They buy a card for $25. That card gets renewed every season, like,
That's a one-off cost.
yeah, one-off cost.
Yeah.
That's what the cards cost the club to make or get produced. Yeah, but if you just go up there, it's $5 to launch your boat. Yeah, you just put the coins in, but we are, at the moment, we're waiting on Kane. We're putting a pay wave on it as well.
So it's $5 to get the barrier arm to come up,
And back out again.
and then when you just launch your boat, you come out, it comes up automatically.
Yeah.
You go to the car park, which is free, and then you've got to put $5 and get back down to it.
Yeah.
$10.
Yeah, $10.
Which is fair.
Oh, $10 for.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah, but
But there's access 24/7.
yeah, all emergency services have got their own cards. Regional council got their own cards. Yeah, so we have had a few incidents where the ambos had to be down on the wharf, and Coast Guard uses it, which the floating pontoon will help the Coast Guard as well. Just when they're towing broken down boats, and they can come in and put the boat on the pontoon, and then people can put it. At the moment, they take it to the wharf, and then it's a major throwing ropes and that to get it back onto their trailer.
So through you, Mr. Chair, now that Far North radio is non-existent, and so what I'm hearing is that you guys are going to be, or Coast Guard are going to be mainly utilised up there a lot more for breakdowns. And are they taking over? Do you know? Have you got any clarity on who's taking over Far North radio? Or?
It's Coast Guard Auckland, which has taken over or is in the process of taking over, which at the moment you text 500 to Coast Guard, and it's not actually working that good. It is quite a major, especially if you're launching at Hohora and you're going up and you're powering a bar. They come back with a list of questions on your text, and then once you're in Paringa, you got no service to actually say you're over that bar. It is a hell of a loss, that Far North radio, to the whole of the north.
The club facility does have a radio room. We used to run the marine radio out of the front years ago, so we still have that room available. I want to go in and put somewhere.
Coast Guard Hohora is only, like I'm active member of Coast Guard Hohora. We get tasked. We can't do anything unless we get tasked from Auckland. It's a joke, really.
I'm just going down the lines of how this asset's going to be a big asset for you guys, in reference to even emergency work as well.
Yes. Yeah, no, well, it will be.
Coast Guard should pull their boat out on using the Hohora ramp. When their boat has to come out of the water. It's the big wide.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Plus any launches, any of the council launches, they get JJ or trucking fella from Kerry to come in and take out broken launches and sunk boats and all sorts at the ramp.
Thanks, Brett.
On my behalf.
There is a radio club in Longanoid, you know that? And can you maybe approach them about the possibility to do at least something in terms of people being able to contact if anything goes wrong instead of texting those guys?
Anything's anything is worth a shot, put it that way. Channel 60 still works anyway, regardless. Channel 16, I mean. So if you are in emergency, Channel 16 will get you Coast Guard. But
Radio club, sorry, didn't say.
is that UHF or just your VHF or
The messenger?
because
They're fairly serious.
that's good because Channel 60 and repeaters are still working up here.
Yeah.
But we're also looking for, and Ahipara Fishing Club and all the other fishing clubs around there, when we run our comps, and it was brilliant. So we are also looking for radio operators to run our comps, like between O'Hara Club and Ahipara Club and all that, like call the hookups, like log the boats in and out, and
Safety requirement too.
so I will get the card and we will look into it. Very good.
Thank you, gentlemen. Is there any further questions? You'll be notified when the next day or so. Thank you.
Thank you
guys. Much appreciated. Okay, we'll continue on with speakers. Could I call the Manganui Cemetery Committee? Michael Pullen. And assistants.
Yeah, he's not reliable. Actually, we're here because we're the most intelligent, most awesome.
It shows.
Here's some, this is really just what I'm speaking to, and there's also a paper on the back that is a bid that came in last night, which we'll talk about. What I usually do when I speak to this group is I talk about what we achieved last year, just a quick rundown of what happened last year, and what we're looking at for next year. And then I just sort of take some questions, and if John feels like chiming in, he'll chime in at any time. So Manganui Cemetery, for those of you that are new, we don't just take care of the Manganui Cemetery itself, the active one. We take care of the historic cemetery down the road. And we also take care of an additional 25 acres of deeded cemetery land that's part of that unit. And our parking area is across the other side of Rathel Road. We also take care of that. So we've got a little cemetery and we've got all of these additional add-ons. So I'll break it down a little bit. Our parking area across the road this last year, we had a relationship with Bolton Hogan, and they were storing gravel in there. And they were supposed to be one end, we were at the other end, and we would show up and their guys would have filled the whole thing up with gravel and we'd have nowhere to put funeral parking. And in the end, beginning of last year, we asked them very nicely if they would leave. And so they vacated. So now we've got that whole thing and it's very tidy. We've graded it up. It's very tidy. It's looking good. We did some tree work by the telephone exchange, between the telephone exchange and the parking area. We boom sprayed that twice over the year. And we also installed a new sign just to say that it's cemetery parking for those that we have chains up there now because it was a racetrack for boy races and a hoon pad for a long time, and it was actually quite a problem. So that's really resolved itself nicely currently. In the existing cemetery, which is actually almost full, we're getting to the end of our life on that. We leveled 6 graves this year. We had our regular cleanups. We did a weed spray by two in there. Of course, we have our mowing contractors. This is more just the things that us volunteers did. We cleared brush from fences, and then we rent a digger several times a year, a small digger. This year we rented one to clean up the northwest boundary and remove 3 truckloads of brush and debris. We also rented one for our grave leveling this year instead of using shovels and wheelbarrows, which allowed us to pick up a little bit of work again with the digger around the property. We repaired the entry gate, which was broken, replaced gudgeons, and the guy that painted the fences for us, who concluded that process this year, he was kind enough to take the fences home on a voluntary basis, the gates, and he painted them for us for no charge. He also painted above. Most of our contractors are very kind to us. He also painted the big sign across the door for our gate for us.
He's now on the committee.
And now he's on the committee, which he thinks is, he thought it was a compliment, but anyway. Poor bugger. So, and then we fitted the sign that thanks the community board for their support, which is by the gate. We concreted 15 meters on top of the hill this month. And we waited till the end of the season to see what monies we could save.
We have some rotten puta trees that absolutely have to be dealt with, but because we're running out of cemetery and we're now to the top of the hill, our roadway no longer makes it to where the graves are. So we decided to prioritise that, and we came up with enough money, and our concrete guy, Jake, did. He managed to get us 15 metres for the $5,500 we had. So that for us was a real good bonus. That actually follows across, while I'm talking about it, I might as well talk about the bid on the back page that you're given. We're almost full on that cemetery. It's very nearly full, and we're at the top. And the new cemetery extension, which will probably do we would hope, the next 100 years, that's adjacent. It's already been fenced. We've got our roadway that goes up the middle of the existing, and then it will go across the top and hook down through the new cemetery, creating a circle drive. And ultimately, that's where the hearses will go. That's where the diggers will go. That's where the people will walk, so they're not walking on the grass or gravel. And that's a sort of an essential feature. So we had the concrete contract that give us a price for that concrete to do that complete loop and finish that loop, which is sort of the big essential thing for us for future planning for our cemetery at the moment. And it's sort of coming to a head now because, as I say, the graves are already past the end of our existing concrete. So anyway, so that's there, and we'd like to get some help from you guys on that. In the historical cemetery, we installed new signs saying who was in there, and the known people that are in there, because there's no signage left, or there's very few grave markers, but the cemetery's full. So we have some records of who's in there, and we made a sign up and installed that. That cemetery's full. Yes, it's known to be full, but you can't see unless there's a drought. So it was 15-foot gorse and tea tree when the Monganui Council was looking after it, the old Monganui Council. We cleared all that historically, and we have maintained it since. So that's always been an incentive to have a local committee. So, and just finishing up with the 25 acres, we mow that twice annually. That's for fire reasons. It's for access to gates and fences, and it's also to mow the bit between the two existing cemeteries so that we can ultimately, they'll become conjoined as, long term. So that was that. In terms of next year's jobs that are happening, we have to do the puta trees. We have to prune 2 or 3 of them. We have to cut 2 or 3 of them down because we've discovered rot going right up through the trees, and they have branches coming right up over the graves. So for us, that's quite important. That was a big toss-up for us with the concrete at the end of the year this year, how we would proceed. Our ash berms, we only have 8 left on our ash berm, and they're actually nowadays quite a popular thing. So we also are going to have to look to a new ash berm shortly. 2 people would come in, and easily they would be gone. And then the other one is we just need a couple of new beside the new driveway on the other thing. But we've got, as always, we've got hopes and dreams and aspirations, but we have got quite a few things that are critical to us. And that, it's necessary infrastructure. It's all stuff that's, we're not a sports club. We're looking after infrastructure that belongs to council.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? Yeah. Thank you.
I've got no questions, but I just want to put on record, I just want to thank you on behalf of the board for the committee's work and the volunteers' work on and keeping the cemetery tidy throughout your
Thanks for
time.
letting us speak today, guys, and thanks for your support.
Just through the chair, thank you. Yeah, just wanted to echo Eddie's words. I was also keen to know a bit about the concrete job you did. So that was $5,500 for 15 metres of footpath? Or?
No. We don't have any footpath in the cemetery. So we just have a central road narrow road that goes up and everything comes off that. Yeah, so that's what takes the diggers, the hearses and the people.
Yeah, and that was 15 metres of narrow driveway that's gone in.
Yes, which makes,
That's a good price.
well, but then you look at what he's quoted for the additional 120 metres, that's even better. So we were like, and that's got corners in it, which are more expensive and wider. So we were really excited to get that bid.
Does he do footpaths and Pukekoto?
I bet he does.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. We'll be in the next day or so.
All right, appreciate it.
Our next speaker, could I call Ms. Tui Te Pā, Roma Marae, Haipara.
Tamari tātou.
Okay, how do we want to do this?
However you feel.
Oh, okay.
You've got 5 minutes.
All right. Well, Atamari, I guess I wear many hats in the community, and the hat that I've got on today is for our marae out in Hiku, which is Roma. And in the application, we've put a tono in for connectivity resilience. So we have, along with 13 other marae in Te Hiku, been part of the the Rural Drinking Water Program, which has installed some water treatment plants into the marae. And that is around potable drinking water. So of the plants that were installed in Te Hiku, it's probably circa $1.95 million worth of water resilience. The trouble that Roma has at this particular time is the Wi-Fi, the connectivity that's required to service the water treatment plant is not operational. And so all of these plants get monitored remotely by Filtech in Auckland, and they are able to ascertain whether the plant's got a bit of a problem, and they can ring and let the marae know, or they'll send a technician from Tiki to ensure that it's continues to provide that fresh water. So for us, we were pulling the water from up on the hill, and the implementation of these water treatment plants has allowed us to have really fresh drinking water. The connectivity piece, I guess, is critical for us because our marae is one of the takiwā marae that stand up in times of civil defence emergencies. So we'll take in the whole community. For example, the gumfields that caught on fire one year, the whole front was evacuated. So they come down into Roma. So water continuity is critical for us. And I think too that's a wider piece of mahi for another hat that I wear with my day job at Te Hiku Community Development Trust is for NIC, who are the National Infrastructure Funding and Finance Agency, to consider that triangulation of critical success. So not only is it water, it's connectivity around power and energy, and connectivity in terms of us being able to connect in and out of the community. So without, and it was actually working for a good couple of years, and then of these environmental effects that we have no control over has subsequently diminished our Wi-Fi to the point where it's not online with Filtech. So since January, we've been offline. And the tunnel that you see there is from Ultra IT, because I did not want my crew number 8 wiring this thing, because it's just this piece of kit is worth $150,000 and it would affect our warranties. So yeah, I guess that is the tunnel for the committee, the board today, is to help with that. I guess future-proofing a critical piece of infrastructure that's sitting at our marae. You can see that the mahi that I had, the documentation I had attached to the application is quite detailed in terms of what it provides.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, going through the chair. Tui, I just want to know too, so the resource will be dedicated only for the water, or is that across the whole marae will have use and access to. So if
Across the whole marae.
Yeah,
So our primary priority is for that water treatment plant, so we can ensure that it's online all the time. But it's to service the whole marae because that is one of the busiest marae in the Takiwā for both Huiora and Huimate. The Wi-Fi reception in the whare kui is just tragic. So we have a lot of kura coming in, te wānanga o Aotearoa, run their wānanga out of there, te Hauora run their wānangas out of there. So it's integral for us to be able to, I guess, ensure connectivity across all kaupapa that comes in.
and also for the sort of thing, stand-up stuff. If people are there, they want to tell their whānau, I'm all right, I'm at the marae,
Absolutely.
and they have connectivity as well. Eh? Yeah.
And it gets us to, and enables us to be able to communicate with those emergency services. So that's another portai that I wear, so captain of the CD Mahi Pato crew. So it's very important that that connectivity is on point at that marae. Yeah.
No further questions? Thank you, Tui. You'll be notified in the next day or so.
Okay, Mainiora, thank you for the opportunity.
Next, we've got Te Tai Tokarau Karai Waka Incorporated.
Been waiting patiently.
Yeah, so tai meni kia koe mai, o te karakia me to mei, a kia mātou I tēnei wā, a kia koutou katoa, te huari mo te FNDC, Community Board, and kai māua ki te kōrero kia koutou I tēnei aka. Yeah, myself and Joyce, we're really happy, we're extremely happy actually to present our proposal in this particular venue, this area, because it is about, and I'm not going to cry, Pau Hector's project, Tarawaka, started 92, we're a product of that. Joyce's grandfather was Kautaki of Mātoki, the big canoe at Waitangi. My grandmother, her grandmother, best friends with Auntie Hilda, Ngā Hiraka, and they ran the Māori Rewhare League, the Kuanga Reo movement, the Māori Wardens, and they were the backbone of Pau Hector. Moving forward, candidate sports, we're the children. We excel in kapatitanga. We were the detail gang. We still are, but that's who we are. Joyce is our chairperson, Tara Waka. We've been through this huge renaissance of all the amazing stuff Papa did and Auntie did to where we are now. I'm the treasurer, and our proposal to you this morning is for $5,000 for the Waka Haurua, Te Haukomaru Festival, hosted here, first time in Tautupero ever. We've renamed it because that's how we roll. We put our name on a kaupapa. It's a biennial national festival, but we've called it Te Hekinga Mai because it's so important to whakamanga and to ensure that we are continuing the narratives and the history and the story of what Papa and Auntie achieved. So there's many parts to it. Just to keep focused on what we were requesting, it was 5,000, and that's what our documentation reflects for the festival from the 22nd to the 29th of November. There is 3 sites, but that particular proposal just reflects what we require at the Ourere site. The event involves at least 5 waka sailing vessels sailing to from as far as Wellington, Tauranga, Kawhia, Auckland. We have put the tono out. We've got a waka with Papahotu and Vanuatu, Te Kārere, so there's possibilities that things could align. We've got Te Matawa Maui that's sailing to Samoa and coming back and coming here. We've got 45 Hawaiians, the original sailors who ever sailed from Hukulea in 1986 to here coming. So there's 5 of them. So we call them, they're the OGs, they're the goats. They're coming. We've also got the original sail that's down in Te Papa that Te Aurere first sailed on, coming on the waka from Wellington to bring that mauri. And then most historically and most importantly, there's this the original anchor of one of the waka from Mairamo, from Te Ao Kohatu coming up, and that is a part of every Te Haukomaru. So it's a kohatu that's a tuturu taonga, it's hundreds and thousands old. But anyway, so those are some amazing things that we're going to be hosting. What's important for us in Te Hiku is, one, it's we are going to attract 5,000 people to the event. And then we also have a huge target of our students at all schools in Northland. So we've got workshops running for the 7 days, or 6 days, sorry, and those are about engaging with all the schools in Northland, whether you're kura, primary, intermediate, or secondary college. We will have the most amazing workshops because you're going to get practitioners who are navigators, who are sailors, who are experts. That knowledge is so tapu and sacred that it's not very often opened, but we're doing it, we're bringing it home. It started here. If it wasn't for Babeta, Tilda, and what they achieved, we wouldn't be doing what we do. We are unique. No one else can tell our story in Aotearoa because Harps did it. He built the canoe. He connected with the Hawaiians and Mo, and he made it happen because he was the bridge builder. He was the bridge between us and Te Moanui and myself and Joyce are the number one tunnels or gophers. We're still doing what our nannies did. And yeah, what we're asking for support is a couple of things. One is it is about the proposal. I have to declare was also the treasurer of the Māori Mawhawhi League last year, and thank yous for the support for conference. I only put in for 5,000 because I thought that was all you could ask for, and I was like, oh, I missed that. Bit of advice, I could have gone for more. But what I am asking is consider our 5,000, but also we realise our big here, it's actually gone to here. And so we are now looking at the infrastructure needed for Taipa. Taipa is going to be a space on the Mahia Tai Whenua that's going to have waka building, kōpapa, it's going to have hula puni, it's going to have
and workshops.
Yeah, workshops. But the thing
with Manganui, we want to give back in a way of hopefully having a little waka tini. So having a waka offshore, having Macy Liquor start us off for the evening. But yeah,
doing a kapahaka competition, but yeah,
I don't think we've got enough time anyway. But Phil's staring at me going, and I'm going, but yeah, but it's big. Yeah,
so we are thankful. Like ODD is the pito of Te Kaupapa, but Taipa is where we launched. Te ODD left in '92. She left to go to Rarotonga on a first voyage from Taipa. And then when we launched our Heraka, Papa Hector renamed the second canoe after his wife who passed, Taipa. And then we as Ngāti, that's who we are. We all love that spot. And the Manganui was always symbolic because it was the place where Te Aurere was always on the wharf. And so for us to whakanui to celebrate the three spaces, the 5+ canoes, the 1,000 students, the 5,000 students of the property. It's a start. We know we've got a big job because this is just the beginning. The next stage is Jody is back on the waka. We're training up kids to sail and bridge. And we are taking Tai Tukero Te Hiku with us because if we've got a symbolic, unique story to share with Aotearoa and the world, we know that's got economic benefits, it's got tourism, it's got cultural renaissance, it's got mātauranga. So, yeah, we're about what's good for us and it's good for our whole community and we really believe in it. So,
good on, Lance. We appreciate it. You haven't got you haven't got a big job, you've got a huge job.
Well.
Any questions, please? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Chair. Hi, I'm Adele. How are you today? I just want to ask you a question about the funding source from TPK and Foundation North. How are you going with those applications?
TPK has already dropped. We've already received money from TPK.
Oh,
Foundation North will find out on the 9th of the 9th. Oh, so it's still coming. And that's one of our big amounts of money from Foundation North. And then we've got a lot of other little drops that we've gone after. And then Te Hau Komari, the main body. So Te Hau Komari is the committee. they've also received funding to the tune of 370,000 to put towards the festival as well, because we're running 3 sites, obviously the infrastructure right across the 3 sites is quite big. But yeah, know that ODD we're trying to run 6 workshops out at ODD for kura, and open public day on the Saturday, half day open public. And then we also are in the middle of the rebuild of Te Aurere Waka, so we received PIA funding for that. And at present time, we over here in Kirikiri, we've got the guy getting the deck ready, so it's out of Totara. It's in the middle, it's in process. We should have the deck back out there ready to put on here during the festival. So this is where we will gather more, kind of like run another workshop, handpicked from the Pacific to put relash our deck back on our waka, ready for the relaunch next year. And then Taipa, obviously small waka Holopuni will arrive 2 days before the festival. They are going to Te Ngaire. They're all meeting at Te Ngaire. They're going to put their wakas in the water and they're going to sail back up around to Taipa. On the Saturday, the Sunday will be the Pōwhiri. So we've got that going on along with the mast of the original Te Aurere, the original mast that's been sitting at Te Papa. Te Papa is in negotiations with Te Hau or Matariki, that wakahourua down there. They're going to sell that waka, our mast home. So that's going to be presented back out at ODD. So that's huge on its own to receive our taonga back to us. But been looked after well by Te Papa. And Manganui, we want to turn around the small jetty. We want to have a show and tell on the jetty. So wakahourua parked up there. And on the big jetty, on the big wharf, we want to turn around and put the biggest waka out of the fleet to do tours out into, out of the bay, do a spin around and bring the students back in, just to ignite that flame. Because we know as Māori, we have a huge maritime history, and so we're in progress with taking our younger crew now at present to get ready for our waka.
Well done and good luck. Thank you very much.
One question before you go. About 3 years ago, we sent a delegation there from council, and I can remember it distinctly. Was there anything done about the accreditation to tell your story, to become the people, the organisation to do it?
Yeah, because I suppose there's many parts to the site, the Kupe Waka site, the site we grew up on, which was gravel. You got stuck in the mud in winter, but now it's amazing. We're Tawa Waka, so our kaupapa is about building canoe, training sailors. And so we have fortunately still got our Uncle Jack, Uncle Stan, who are co-navigators. We just lost Papa Brown and he was our tino chief, and we called him the pirate. But again, we've got that all documented. It's about our rebuilding of our capacity, securing funding and resourcing so we can step out of our full-time mahi and elevate this mahi, because it's so important to do the accreditation, to line that up, because we know what the future looks like is we have to have credibility, we have to have capacity, but we also need to continue that mahi Papa started. And accreditation and all that's really important, so no one can take our story.
And we talked about the legacy, and the workshops out at ODD with Ricky Lee, and amazing. That is part of the legacy at the present time. We just got back from Tauranga late last night with a band full of kids, taking them down to Uncle Jack because he's doing the next cohort, which is what we call in the 4th gen. I was part of the 3rd gen, although I should have been part of the 2nd gen, but and it's just, carrying on that legacy. There's no wrong or right. The legacy is carrying on.
Thank you, ladies. Questions?
Just through the chair, I'm blown away by the kaupapa overview, and a few things stood out for me was we must ensure that the knowledge carried by one generation is not lost but entrusted to the next. Rangatai empowerment and pathways, strengthen Māori leadership and Pacific reconnection, and bringing the community together. Those are just things that stand out.
That too, we've got the 45 Hawaiians coming across. We've got they're going to be running 2 of the workshops out at ODD. Not only that, we've spoken to our voyage coordinator who's coordinating all our wakahourua coming up to the festival. we've asked them to keep space on each waka to put either 1 or 2 Hawaiians on, or anybody from the Pacific to have that connection with each wakahaurua group, so that connection is strong, and that maybe one day our tamariki will go over and they've already got that formed that connection. So that's happening as well at the same time. So we're really trying to look into it and plug it for all of us in the Pacific. Not only that, the Coast Guard thing, we've been in kōrero with the Coast Guard. They've gone. But we've been in kōrero with Coast Guard, and Coast Guard's going to be coming up and have a presence at the festival, along with we're trying to work in with the health clinic as well, so that as our health for our people, our older people. Blood test,
To add to that, Eddie, one thing we get from Papa Hector, because he was, a man of many talents, it was in our time, wakatoa, because we were boys, we had to stay in the kitchen, but to send those troubled boys, those troubled men up to sea, it was like, well, you go and take on Tangaroa, because Tangaroa will fix you up. and it's real, like, there's a big gap in our society at the moment, that this is a model to rebuild some of the trauma that's happened. And so for them to know they belong, to them to know that they descend from greatness, like how can you find an island in an ocean of sea that's the size of a pump? But our people did it, and they need to have that hope and, rediscover that. So we're just trying to do what Papa did. And Auntie Hilda was the bomb in the kitchen. She could sew, she could cook, she run the models up leg, kohanga, and then Joycey is just like you because she was selected to go to Samoa, and if you have a main cook, your crew is happy. And so
Awesome.
she'll bowl over. She'll bowl over mutton, and that's what you have on the canoe. You get a chop the size of a dinosaur each.
Awesome.
That's the
Ladies,
on our voyage.
thank you for your mind. Yeah, they'll hear from us the next day or so.
Awesome.
Well done. Online, we've got Moana Mitchell. Moana.
Kia ora, kia ora tātou, ko Moana Mitchell ahau. For the past 4 years, our organisation, Te Korowai Aroha Whānau Services, under our kaupapa Hua Rangatahi, we've operated a free youth gym and hub in Kaitaia, and we operated during the term, and on average we're getting about 200 plus engagements with rangatahi and whānau every week. So the Hua Rangatahi concept, we started as an engagement tool, and really it over those years it evolved into a place of connection and trusted relationships and belonging, and increasingly, like, the adults kind of got bumped out of the space, and we actually left it to be shaped and led by the rangatahi themselves, which was fun and not. But recently, our funding, which was quite a prescriptive funding, was not renewed for this particular engagement tool, so we've had to close. But rather than accept the loss of another space that mattered to our rangatahi, they've actually rallied, and they're activating and want to lead what comes next, which is pretty funny since I'm the one who's kind of fronting it at the moment. But yeah, we're getting there. But I have a bit of a video that I'd like to present a couple of minutes. So rather than me speaking for them, we'll just hear a bit from a few of them, if it's going to work for me. Hopefully you can hear it too. No. That's Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to want to play, which is truly a bummer. But I've left a link, and I wonder if I can just play it.
I'm sharing from my side.
Can you share it from your side?
Try.
Yes, please. We're just starting in our process of, these rangatahi kind of leading the way and activating themselves. So quite a few whakamā people. Engari, we're going to e tū rangatahi, which the council are doing in Ngā Whā on Thursday. So we're all going to be there, and they're going to pitch pretty much the same kaupapa there as well. Do you want to try, or shall I try again?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, thank you. While we're getting technology working, we're just looking for a presence, a community-facing space for these rangatahi. Basically, in the short term, about securing a potential space or a lease space in Kaitaia. In the longer term, working towards a more permanent, purpose-built youth hub for Te Hiku or Te Ika, and really, thinking about what that means in relation to being rangatahi-led. Oh, is that me? Okay. It's... Oh, no. Sorry. No. Aroha mai, I had a few of our rangatahi, they were wanting to speak to the kaupapa as well, but that's not looking like it's going to work. Can I do it again?
Kia ora, ko ai tēnei ko Dennis Nathan tōku ingoa no te taitokero no ngā iwi o Te Raroa anō hoki no ngā Tiawa. We are wanting a permanent youth hub here in Kaitaia that rangatahi help design and lead. A place where we can train, create, learn, share kai, get support, develop our own ideas, and just spend time together safely. We are not asking adults to decide everything for us. We want rangatahi involved from the beginning because we know what young people here need and what will make them want to be a part of it. We want a place that reflects who we are, who we want to become, and the future we want to build here in Te Hiku. Kia ora.
Kia ora, ko mamerira ngi te roto ku ingoa no ngā hau whao te motua o Te Aroa hau. Me te island o Niue. Rangatahi and Te Hiku are used to programs starting and then stopping when the funding ends. Every time that happens, we lose more than an activity, we lose the place, the relationships, and the people we have learned to trust. For young people already dealing with hard things, it can feel like another message that matters to us doesn't matter to everyone else. We do not think rangatahi should have to keep starting again. We want something that is consistent and will still be here for the next group coming through. Ngā mihi nui, mo te whakarongo ki tō mātou kōrero.
Hello, my name is Rehima. Rangatahi was more than just a gym. It was somewhere we could come after school and train, hang out, have kai, talk to people, and be around adults we trust. We did not have to be referred or already be in trouble to come through the door. We could just turn up and belong. For some of us, it became part of our routine and part of our support system. It gave us somewhere positive to be and people who noticed when we were not okay. This is what we do not want rangatahi and kaitaha to lose.
Oh, fun. Anyway, did you hear that? Did they come through?
All good.
Cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically that's it. Our rangatahi have a vision. Short term, we're looking to find a lease space for them. I'm searching furiously for funding for that. Longer term, we're wanting to work together towards a permanent purpose-built youth hub for Te Hiku. Thank you for your time this morning.
Are there any questions on the board?
Kia ora moana, Crystal Rose here.
Kia ora.
I just have a part-time. So were you guys located next to the laundromat and Hammonds?
Yeah, yep. That was us.
So you're no longer there and you're looking to find another spot, is that right?
We are, or looking because we can't afford the lease there with the McCartneys no longer, unfortunately. Yeah. Right. Rob did promise that he'd give it to us for cheaper, but he sadly is, yeah. So unfortunately we're out and looking around and just open to any ideas, anything really, just to find a place for these kids.
All right, thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Bill speaking.
Kia ora.
Obviously,
Hello.
you want kitchen. How are you? Obviously, you want kitchen toilets, but what sort of space do you need for the meeting space do you need? Just so I get that in my head.
Yeah, well, we originally had a gym in place, so we've still got that gear as well, but I don't know meter squareage, but we were at the plaza originally as well, and on Commerce, and we had two shops there. So, I mean, I think at this time we're fairly flexible because we're just in the midst of winding down our operations at 171 Commerce. We've found somewhere else, maybe, question mark, but yeah, so we're looking for support and help really for these rangatahi. I mean, you'll notice these fellas, they're the ones walking around the streets. We like to give them somewhere more, concrete to be in and more focused and more, goal setting and things like that. And also, I mean, they've come up with some amazing ideas to support themselves in terms of their hauora, their mental health and well-being, and things like that.
One more question: how do how do they get to the facility if it's in Kaitaia and they're spread around?
We tend to just use our vehicles and it's never an issue if a rangatahi wants to come to that space, then we definitely make it happen. But we're utilising other contracts and other services to provide that. This one specifically, the rangatahi want to do for themselves in terms of having a permanent presence in Kaitaia, or in Te Hiku.
Thank you. No further questions? You'll be hearing from us on the next day or so.
Awesome. Thank you. Ka kite.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
She might be from us. She might.
Yeah. Can we cut for a break? We'll have a break.
Cut one.
Can we please go to 6.1, confirmation of previous minutes? Yeah. 8.
Yeah, I'll move that they're correct.
I'll second.
Thank you.
I've just got a couple of
Any discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So did we just get a reply to Matty Radich just so that can be dropped or finished with, about his public forum? Kōrero.
The question posed at that time of the meeting was for land ownership. I think that was a critical part. So at this stage, I've got no answer back on that one, but it's something we're just definitely going to have to confirm and then send it to Matt.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Oh, that was just a follow-up, but I didn't do any follow-up with
Okay.
Radich.
So I'll talk to you at the end of the meeting and I can do that. Okay. If you want.
Yes.
No, thank you.
The feedback was good. Yeah, that was quite impressive. Yeah. Why? And what you followed up with. Thank you.
Just
sorry,
matter arising on page 3 about the final torpedo competition. I'd just like to, I'm the one who objected to it, but I have to say I really have to give thanks to that competition because nobody wanted to do the auction of the fish. And so our kura kids from my kura went and did it and ended up doing a really good fundraiser that day for their trip to Hawaii. And at the end of the month, though, I haven't changed my mind. I'd like to thank the organisers and hopefully Te Oreroa Tohe do have a look at that kind of concept of torpedo fishing. I just want to show how betwixt I am. Ngā thank you.
And just speaking on that, because there's no conflict of interest just speaking on it, but we have the organisers have sent did send a letter to the board, and it's sitting with Lisa McNabb now. Next board meeting. So just as a follow up, because that was a request from the community board for the organisers to make sure that the board was.
Excellent. Yeah. But otherwise, successful.
It was a success, and like Hilda said, that only Waniwa were an awesome group to get in to do some fundraising for it. So, and they were really happy they sent us. All it was praise about the opportunities to do the fundraising through that. So,
yes. I felt like a very good hypocrite.
You said
it. Any other further questions on it? No? All those in favour? Aye. Against, abstain? Carried. Moving on to 7.1. Rangitoto Reserve intention to notify Reserve Management Plan, page 18. Could I have a mover, please?
Yep.
Seconder?
Aye.
And I'll read the resolution that Te Hiku Community Board, A, approve the draft reserve management plan for Rangitoto Reserve for public consultation. B, recommend that council appoint Te Hiku Community Board to hear any submissions received in response to consultation associated with the development of the reserve management plan under section 41-6-D of the Reserve Act 1977. Open for discussion.
Morena koutou. A bit of background on this one. The community board, so reserve management plans need to be written for our more important reserves. This was the reserve that the Te Hiku Community Board directed action on. There's been work has included finding out who the site is most important to, and working with Ngāti Rua Iti Te Matarahu with communications to Te Runanga o Whangaroa. We had consultation in May of 2025, so public consultation to invite comments on the site. And from that, with quite a bit of guidance from the archaeologists, we've prepared a reserve management plan. It has been agreed to come to you by Ngāti Rua, the representatives from Ngāti Rua Iti, Te Matarahu and Te Runanga o Whangaroa. It is primarily a heritage site, and initially the advice from Heritage New Zealand was that the heritage was kind of confined to the top area of the site, but we had LiDAR done, and there's a diagram in there that shows that there's actually earthworks over the whole area of the headland, and so a lot of the site is protected under the under legislation. It doesn't have road access. It's never going to be a picnicking site. What it's about is preservation of what's there, getting the biodiversity values from the site, and the community is talking about using Orua Iti School, involving them, having planting. Some areas can be planted, some other areas can only be seeded, but the plan sets the direction for a lot of the site to be forested, for all of the site to be preserved, and just provides a vision for that to happen. I've probably forgotten bits and pieces, so feel free to ask me any questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
Well, just through the chair, I thought this was a really comprehensive report to us as a board, and I know this board in particular does ask questions about consultation and has due diligence been done, and I read this report quite comprehensive, and I noted or highlighted, that there was a good consultation submission process completed, and I take note of page 19, the reason for the recommendation. The draft reserve management plan reflects direction provided by Hiku and the values expressed by submitters. Approving the draft for the next stage of the consultation is an important step forward, finalising the reserve management plan and recognising the contributions for everyone involved. So just want to thank you, Robin, for your comprehensive report.
Through the chair, it's more of a personal interest question, but on page 9 of the under 6.2 archaeological features of Rangipupu Park, I was curious, the area that they marked as midden, just give you a minute, I'm going to bring that up. In the key, that's just the outline is black lined and then grey inside. But I'm taking that's just overlapping with Kira, so it's just the black outline.
What page you
in our book it's page 30, but in the report it's page 9.
So the
bottom key where it's got midden.
So through the chair, the midden is identified in particular because there was some tree throws in that area, and so it's exposed. The other features were identified by LiDAR, but the features there, including the midden and the other stones, were identified because wattle trees had fallen, and so there's more evidence in that area because of that disturbance.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yeah, just thank you, Robin, through the chair. This has been a long time coming. we started this process about 7 or 8 years ago, and it's been a long process to get to where we are now. And thank you so much for, you're the one that's really done the work for both. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Through the chair, just noting that if things are found, the hapu or the iwi contact person will be informed, and not, to me, informed could be past tense. So if there was an opportunity for the person to be around during the works.
Through the chair, works are not planned as such. So, but so it's, if there are any authorities to modify applied for, then absolutely it would be my expectation that mana whenua, the tūhapu and Te Runanga would be contacted. It's because we're not planning on doing works there, it is more likely to be after the fact if anything turns up.
I just want, if it's possible, to get clarification, Jan. I've been looking forward to this coming too, but during the PDP, there was an objection over this, and I just wanted to know what the clarification from Mr. Palmer. I don't think it was to the management plan, but there was some sort of objection, if that's possible to be answered, since he's here.
Can I respond to that? Sorry, I'm Ian Palmer, for those who don't know me. My wife and I own the land surrounds the Rangitoto Reserve, and as Bill mentioned, we've been pushing for many years for a better kakiaki of the reserve. When we arrived 10 years ago, in all the wattle trees and moth plant, the spoiling site. What Bill was referring to is really something different. As part of the coastal plan process, there's a heritage area proposed over the whole Rangitoto Peninsula. In the decision version PDP, that's now only on the on part of the peninsula, but includes the Rangitoto Reserve. But that I and other people in the area objected to the heritage area, but being over all the peninsula, but we didn't object to being over the Rangitoto Reserve. But that heritage area under the proposed plan is really quite a separate thing from the management plan of the reserve, because no one's going to propose to do any development on the reserve. So having a heritage area over it that limits what development you can do is somewhat irrelevant when it's a reserve which is controlled by the Reserve Act and of course this management plan. So the two things are quite separate. Certainly we welcome getting to this stage finally to and look forward to having management in place. As I mentioned along the way, one of the main benefits of having a management plan in place like this under the Reserves Act, as indeed required to be in place, is that then we can apply for funding from other organisations and philanthropic groups for funding to carry out some of the native reforestation work and that sort of thing. The sort of groups that you apply funding for, that they wouldn't want to give you money to do work on a sensitive site like that unless you can say what you propose to do is consistent with the management plan, which all the stakeholders have bought into, and the key stakeholders, of course, the council, mana whenua, and Heritage New Zealand, the archaeological aspect. So So certainly for progressing the management plan, we have some concerns of some of the details in the draft, but we will address that in the public process. I understand there'll be this community board proposal. Robin, I believe, is to have a hearing at the end of the public consultation process. Look forward to that.
I can speak a little more on the forward process if that's useful.
Yes, please.
Okay, one thing, I knew I'd forget something. I forgot to say there is a high level of protection over the site, including archaeologist involvement, but that's because council is, well, it's apart from being good practice, it's also because council is liable for things going wrong. So we could be taken to court theoretically by New Zealand Heritage, Te Pauhere Taonga, but hopefully that doesn't happen, but sometimes things do happen. But anyway, back to the process. So this goes out to comment for 2 months. So a whole lot of comments come in. I make changes to the reserve management plan in response to those comments, and then it goes to a hearing. At that point, the community board will be the hearing panel. You will consider both the comments received through the consultation and the people talking at the hearing, and you will then direct me. So this is exactly what's happening at the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board this week. The redrafted reserve management plan for Simpson Park is going to the community board as the hearing panels, which has been delegated by council, and then at that point you make the decision, obviously checking with me if there's any technical or legal or other aspects, but apart from that you direct me to make further changes to the plan.
Thank you.
So just through the chair, so all submissions get heard. So do you make a decision on if a submission is valid to come to the community board, or?
Through the chair, all submissions are recorded, and I would generally, if you want to have a look at the Bay of Islands agenda, Bay of Islands Whangaroa agenda for this week, all of the submissions are recorded in a table. Only a small percentage of people choose to speak. So, for example, I think there were 40 submissions. Oh no, there might have been more. Yes, I'm thinking it's actually more than that, but we'll run with 50, but there are about 6 people turning up to talk to the hearing.
Any further questions?
I do like the idea that the management plan will allow the group to look for external funding to, improve the area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that was always the case.
Yeah, the reason for the management plan is to go out for external funding, but sort out the basic needs on the reserve.
No further questions, no further discussion?
I'd like to move the recommendation of A and D.
Have I got a seconder?
It was.
Yeah, okay. It's already.
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against, abstained? Carried. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ian.
Sure, Ian.
Okay.
Why does it take so long for a process? Is it because you got to go through the consultation?
Setting up relationships is correctly means that it continues and you don't give them stops later.
You should quote you. For the Kuaka committee. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Team 7.2 funding applications, page 44. Okay. That Te Hiku Community Board approved the sum of 10,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Hora Big Game and Sports Fishing Club for the cost towards the replacement of the boat ramp and installation of a pontoon. Have they got to move it?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Thank you. Open for questions.
What I did get out of this funding application was that that the emergency service is going to be utilising it quite a bit, and it's going to be a massive asset for them and the general public.
I think in terms of throughput or usage, it's one of the, it's a high use facility. Once the wear and tear.
Yeah. The one question, Mr. Chair, that I didn't ask, and I think, was that the maintenance, the upkeep of the whole thing, is there maintenance upkeep cost for the pontoon once it is put in, So
I think you said something like that 25 year, correct me if I'm wrong, like a guarantee.
Yeah, the pontoon was.
Yeah, something like 25. And that's why we asked about how was it anchored. So, any further discussions?
I think it was just with the legal clarity that there's a user fee as well.
Not because anybody can actually use it unless they pay.
And just further discussion too, that applies to some of the other areas like Unai Walk, et cetera, the new committee is now looking at that. User paying, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's the time now, that Mill Bay is going to maybe start looking at exactly that. A lot of boat ramps are going to start to have to look at a user, just from the maintenance of a lot of.
And if we listen to their submission, the biggest thing is control. How do you control it? How do you monitor it? Yeah. Because it's a 24/7 requirement.
But it's a big cost to maintain, especially their one. Massive cost to it.
That's what it's through. Any further discussion?
Just through the care, it'll come out of our infrastructure. Infrastructure. Yeah. Is that right, Richard?
I did it at the community grant fund because it was repairs on existing, but we came to it out of.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh, okay, fair enough.
Whichever way you go.
Yeah.
That's information. Yeah. The first one's information.
Fair enough. That's fine.
Any further discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Those against, abstain? Carried. Thank you. Moving on. I'm just going to. That the Te Hiku Community Board approved the sum of 5,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's committee grant fund account to Mangu Cemetery Committee for costs towards maintenance and beautification of the cemetery. Could I have a mover, please?
Yeah, move.
Could I have a seconder? Yeah, we'll second it. Open for questions.
Through the chair, I will note they did ask for 10,000. I recommended 5. Last time they applied, they were told that they needed to start looking at other funding sources. They have not done that.
Hence the 5,000.
Hence the 5,000.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
No, but I'd like to say through you, the chair, that I appreciate all the work that they do, and the maintenance and the personal drive by those who are doing that. The old handwriting.
Yeah.
Love it.
Any further questions? Any discussion?
I'm a little bit biased on this one because it is in my patch, and I do value the work that's comes from this committee. They, as they did say in their application speech to us, they do monitor or do maintain another 25 extra acres on top of the cemetery biannually and stuff. And it's I've been up there a few times, and the amount of work, that's a pristine cemetery, and the volunteers that put in the hard mahi up there to keep that pristine. And I do know their issues of now having to get this extra concrete put down, so it is easier for the hearses and stuff to get to the new cemetery plots. For us, it's walking on wet grass in the winter, and so
just to reinforce that, I think, and it just shows the importance of networks within the community. I think you alluded to their price. They were securing some of that. That's another part of the job that we don't understand, or we don't see 100%, is all those networks they spent years forging, and the payback is the support they get from services and community.
And I'm glad Trevor picked up on the pricing, the quotes they got for their concrete job, because their quotes for that concrete, and I wish that we'd get them over to Pukepoto and do that short part all the way to town.
All the way to town.
Contact details are there, ready. All those in favour?
Sorry. Is there no way we can sort of adjust the amount? Because I know that's our funding advisors. You can?
You can propose a different amount. Then it's someone needs to second it, then you vote on that. And if everyone agrees on that, then you put it to the.
I'd like to recommend 7,500.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion on that?
Just through the chair, because they pay their petrol, all these costs, added costs that
keyword volunteer, thank you.
Volunteers, so I'm happy for them.
All those in favour?
Aye.
So that's, the vote has been done on Fire Builders
amendment.
Proposed amendment. Then you need to vote again if that becomes substantial. That's substantial.
Yeah, I thought it just happened.
I thought we just did that, sorry.
You voted to
the amendment.
You voted to the amendment. Now that amendment has become a substantial motion. So you need to vote to say, yes, we do want to get 7,500 votes.
Okay. You have to read the resolution out again.
If you're happy that it's that, 7,500.
All those in favour that we grant 7,500?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Carried. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, too.
Next submission, that the Hiku Community Board approve the sum of 2,500 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Roma Marae for cost towards water infrastructure connectivity upgrade. Removal, please.
I'll move it.
Any questions?
Yeah, I'd like to do what Whaiholder just done for the remainder of their 5121. Sorry, everyone was too fast.
And change it to, amend it to?
Amend it to their original request.
Have I got a seconder? Is any further discussion, questions? I have one too.
Yeah, I just want to comment on this one, is that after hearing the applicator's Tui's speech today, and realising that it is used for civil defence hubs and a lot of other different Tui there and stuff, it's really important that the water is at a drinkable standard for when, because Marae are the places to go for civil defence emergencies, and I think, you know, it's really important that the border is at its best, you know, when these hubs are set up. So, yeah, I'm in support of Mike's new amendment.
Just a comment from me too. I think all our marae are going to come under a lot more pressure
Got to be very
as we go. Yeah. As we move through these. Yeah.
So I think really we need to be very, very careful.
No, I understand.
But I think, I think when they mention our civil,
excuse guys, I've got that's off the table. What I'm just saying is that there's going to be a lot more pressure in terms of civil defence, in terms of community wants, needs coming up. It's just the way it is. We've just approved, a big planning for this sort of events, and marae are going to play a huge and important role in that process. But, did we have a second for that? All those in favour of of the funding amount of 5,121. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against, abstain. Thank you. Carry.
Sorry, through the chair, I was trying to get a space to ask, but I'm just assuming that will be paid once the report for the previous funding for the Matariki celebrations.
Yeah.
This endowment won't happen until we've got a report back.
If you want to make that a condition.
Oh yeah, I like to see our reports come back.
Yeah.
So, because the project report for the last little fund is not overdue.
Disregard that then.
I saw lots of Facebook posts that just look wonderful over the 3 days, or however long it was held. Hosted, like I think they had a kauemate, they had, I don't know. There were lots of beautiful photos taken. I don't need the photos. Maybe whoever prepared those can help Whaipari. She's over 80. And yes, she should have a funding report, but I saw the visuals online. Through the chair, can I just have a comment? I just didn't want to lose focus on that funding of the mission wasn't solely around a civil defence. They do everything around the water, and the water infrastructure. There's only one element of it.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's nice to know that you support anything that has civil defence capability, because every other applicant's going to come and say that now.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
I think it's a good thing. What I'm saying is that and then it appeals to the wider community, so people don't say we're just funding Māori, but that, you know, civil defence takes in everybody during an emergency situation.
Yeah. That's really important to note.
Thank you. Moving on, the next application, Batiku Community Board approved the sum of 5,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Te Tai Tokara Tarai Waka Incorporated for costs towards their Hinamai Hau Maori Festival 2026. Sorry about the pronunciation. But I'm going to move it.
I'll move that.
Second it.
Yeah, good second for me.
Open for questions. This is huge.
Yeah.
This is huge.
This is going to bring not only this is a big economic value to the region too, to the area.
It's not only that; it's just the interaction too, and the networking of cultures.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Could feel the emotion. Yeah. You know, I'm a product of that there too, and yeah, it's the benefits it does for young people being courageous and brave, learning safety out on the water. Yeah. You know, essentially on a piece of wood with another piece of wood to paddle. Nothing but so many benefits.
Through the chair, I just thought it was good to see also they're going to apply to all the other boards as well.
Yeah.
Blanketing Yeah.
And just for your information, I remember I did bring up our last visit. We were there when we were all there with Moko. Just an update on how far they got, what have they developed in terms of accreditation, presenting and taking control of all that knowledge on the framework.
And I'd just like to add that we have 4 students at the moment in Vanuatu at a waka festival. They're just kids from Aokura and Pukemeru who went down to help. They're actually maintaining and refreshing a waka that was used in Samoa, and getting that ready to come north, and that's based at Wynyard. So last week, with about a couple of days' notice, Poturua Kerr asked for students to come from the far north, and within 4 days, some kids had to get emergency passports, and this is just a satellite of Orere. So you know what I mean? There's like huge potential. They come back on Tuesday. Yeah. So and really the Te Orere is the centre of many things. Even though they're spread out to different parts of the country, Te Orere is the original place that Taheke Nuku Mai put in place. So I missed most of that presentation, but yeah.
They were pretty thorough. No further discussion?
Yeah, I'd love it if we could give them more money, but Catherine advises me that we're limited by what they've applied for safely. So, yeah.
Thank you.
No further discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against, abstain? Carried. Okay. 7.3 project funding report, page 56. Could I have a mover? Yeah, I'll move it. Thank you. Seconder?
Yeah.
Open for questions.
Page one, sorry. Page what?
7.3, 56. The reports.
List of questions, Catherine, we're getting them in regular?
Yes. There are a few line things in that one.
Yeah, thank you. That was my mistake.
Yeah.
Like Trevor said earlier, it's real good when they come back with. Completes the process, I should say.
The bonus is that we've had some updates in the system where people make funding applications. So it makes it much easier to see who still has ones outstanding. Yeah.
No questions? No discussion? All those in favour?
Right.
Against, abstain? Carried. Thank you.
Yeah, I like reports you can just go.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. 8.1, chairperson and members report. I'll start this. It's becoming real difficult at council to give our reports because they're going before us. Whereas once upon a time we were doing our meetings and then I'd go to council. So it would be updated. It would be up to date. Anyhow, my report is an extension of last month's one, just updates, so you'll read that. And but I just wanted to comment on one of the issues I brought up there, which was not in my report. and that was I asked if only progressive and ratepayers could manage or somehow be involved in the care and maintenance of the Awanui Retirement Village. I based that on the fact that I was informed that 6 of those units would be demolished. I'll finish first from my point of view, what I said. And I'd actually gone in there and had a look at the 6th one that was about to be, the tenant was supposed to be relocated. And as a result of that, I looked at the maintenance that I thought was there, I thought was substantial. It was nothing. And which is why we put forward that proposal from Maori Progressive. Having said that, I was told by staff that we need a special license, but I still want a special license to do that sort of work, to manage that sort of facility on behalf of council. I said this was not a precedent because we do it for United Walk, we look after the council, United Walk, we manage that for the council. So it's not anything new. Probably a little bit more substantial in that people are living there, et cetera, et cetera. I was then informed by staff that we need a special license, but I'm still going to follow up on that because there's got to be some way that, for example, Arnold Holdings were in charge of that, and I can't see why they can't umbrella us if they just want to walk away and not do it. Our biggest concern was that we were doing it for the people, we weren't doing it for profit. And as a result, we could get a lot of work done a lot cheaper, just like our cemetery, just like the other people forging relationships, networks with the community. So that was a big one for me. And was not covered in my report. I'm sorry. Sure.
Oh, firstly, apologies for my written report not making it in by the cut-off time. Got back from overseas and I tried to start writing it while I was away, but I didn't have my notebook with me, so I didn't have dates and extra information. But I just wanted to speak to a couple of things in the report and hopefully that can be added later. And the first one was just around, previously we'd agreed that a working party needed to be formed to address the Matthews outfall. I'm not sure where that's got to. I don't think that we had a committee formed. We had a meeting after the Waikato Business Association flooding meeting where they summoned NRC and FNDC to that, but Adela, I met with some of the representatives there. But in terms of a formal working group, we haven't formed that. We haven't been out to look at the Matthews outfall. I'm concerned that in a year's time, or maybe 9 months' time, we have another big storm, we've got another flooding issue, and then people say, well, what did you do about it? So I'd like to see that progressed quicker than it is. Because I'm just mindful that our drainage committee chair, Kaitoa, it's hot on her radar, and it's, for Adele and I, I'm concerned about that. I don't want to be in a situation in a year's time where we haven't done a working party, we haven't worked on that issue, and we've got flooding and more problems. So, that's something that's hot on in my report, I've noted. And then probably just the other issue was around the Echoes of the Sea subdivision playground. Been out there, it's been closed for about 18 months, 2 years.
Which one?
Echoes, see, it's in Kokopū in the subdivision when you first come into Ahipara there on the right.
Oh, yeah.
So people understand, did you hear back from Ivan at all?
No, I haven't.
Not yet? Okay, so the upshot on that reserve is it's been had the security fencing around it for 18 months plus. Not a lot of feedback to the community members in that subdivision around why, but essentially it's rusted and it's beyond repair and at a stage where it needs to go for a full renewal in the playground space. So the advice back is that it needs to go into the long-term plan and be funded out of there. So it's a long term. Unfortunately, it's not an easy fix. So I'll speak with the rates payers out there that approach me around that space. But it's not great. It is a shame that it's damaged beyond repair. I don't know what the cost of those fences are on a lease, or if the council owns those fences they put up around them. If they get scaffolding and other companies to provide that. But it's a pity that that maybe we didn't identify the issues in that playground sooner and do something feasible work there. Yeah, rather than wait till it's a total write-off. But yeah, sorry, let's appealing to some right things.
I just want to ask a question. So we have contacted Ivan. We're clear about what needs to happen or what will happen?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was one through you, Mr. Chair. I was wanting to ask a couple of questions to your report, but are we going to do that at the end, or
you can ask him?
Okay, it was just a reference to the dump station out in the Katikati Peninsula.
Okay.
Is there any?
I've got no updates, and it's something I have to follow up. Originally, I think in my report I was saying they were looking at the reserve down at the base of Tipi Hill there. I can't remember the name offhand. But now they were looking at, and once again, we weren't notified by staff that they were visiting the site, which makes it hard again here. We've been through all of this about secondhand information. They're now looking at Perehepi, the toilets, and we've got a reserve right there which will allow for camper van use, unloading and turning. That was always a big problem, even down at the. But again, once again, that's a follow-up because it's in my report where they're at this stage. At this time and place, I've got nothing else.
It's going to be a big concern if we get to summer.
Exactly.
It's got an influx of camper vans coming through over there and no dump station. It's going to be a big issue for the residents if they're just going to start dumping their cassettes anywhere they like.
No, I agree totally. You're familiar with those. Adele, you've got a big wagon, service wagon. Is it accessible down Perehepi Beach, right down the hill? It's quite a restricted road. It's quite narrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something they'll have to look at.
Well, it's riding people.
Yeah, that's okay. That's probably my only concern there, that the space is there to unload, to turn and come back. It's just access. Okay. Could Bev, contact?
I've got it down already as an action for me to follow on.
Appreciate it.
Cool, and for you, Mr. Chair, just thanks, Trevor, for going around to Katrina Hodgson's place and just following up that. I was a little bit disappointed in the council's reply to that particular RFS, and especially when you went around there as well. And have you got anything more from them about that?
Yeah, I saw through the chair. I saw Dell had noted that as well, and she may have got more information back. But I went and met with them because they're worried. They've had trees go through their fence, damage their fence. They've got 2 or 3 more trees that are cracked, dead, and about to go over the next storm, and they're pretty concerned about it. And I see the update from council back was that had spoken to the ratepayer who said it's not urgent, they're not worried, and they'll just get caught up in the September review cycle of trees that are concerning in the district. And that's not what they were saying to me on Sunday. So it's a bit of a conflict there in terms of easy. Yeah, I don't think they said they were happy, but the report back was they are happy and it's not urgent. It's in conflict with what I was talking to Mr. Chair. But yeah, sorry, I can't be on that. That's less. I think it was Monday. Just saying that.
I think she appreciated it anyway. You go around to the publicity, just chasing up on it. So
yeah. And just another comment while we're picking on you there. Me and you we investigated that drainage between Inland Road and Tokerau Beach. I have to go back to them to find out more information. He said he had lodged some information with staff, but I think he emailed me back later and he says, I don't think he did. So I need to revisit them. So if I can get some details, if you've got any details of them, thank you. I'll touch base again. Thank you, Chair. Mike.
Apologies, knocking the report in just a little bit time poor at the moment, running around chasing after my tail. But just seeing if there was any follow-up done with the request that come through from Leslie Wallace around the Te Rarawa fields. She was just waiting on a written approval from FNDC that they can move ahead with their project as the upgrades are on leased recreational reserve land. So I think she sent that through to a few of us if we could follow up. And that's their funding will drop once they receive that. I'll forward it on to you now.
I'm just, I don't know how I through the chair. Through our funding officer, like Catherine, just Mike's asking about Te Raroa Rugby Club. Once there's confirmation, I know this is part of Beverly's job too, but if the rugby club gets funding, they're waiting for something to come from council so they can access funding. Are you able to sort of lean in on that one as well to help?
Funding for.
Oh, they've got access to funding to upgrade the
lighting, rugby lights.
I'll copy it in.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering if you can lean in on that one as well.
I can see. I make no promises.
Yeah.
I know that Leslie works in on those ones as well, because Leslie Wallace from Sport Northland is very involved with our rugby club as well. So there's lots of people who are involved.
Yes, I just think if they can get external funding, they don't come here.
Yeah, just supports their need.
And we're upgrading council reserves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've had money in the past for fencing and things like that. I think they've got a lease for it, which means they're responsible for it, which is where the issues come in.
Yeah.
The last update that I got, that staff were liaising with the rugby club, and I haven't heard back from staff about where they're at. So I'll follow them up, please.
Yes, please. And that will be around the resurfacing of the corpse too. The other thing is that the process for naming streets, it's, yeah, I thought I'd gotten over. So this was a project through Te Raroa, the naming of the streets up the top of Donald's Road, where we've got those homes going in. But yeah, I'll follow that up. I just need an update, so I've got to go back with more
process. Is that what you
want? More process. So we got the names from mana whenua, put that through, and now they just need the origin kōrero and some of the history that goes with it.
Yeah, normally there's an application, a road name application that they've got to fill in, and the same with all our reports. It's got to go through consultation, yearly consultation as well. So we can have a talk offline, and I'll see the status where you're at.
Yes, please, because it's going to slow down the opening day.
Can I just also add that it comes to the board, and then it's council that does the decision.
Okay.
We can recommend, but the decision gets made.
Can that be like a flying minute sort of action, or does it have to literally go into?
I'll see where you're at. How we can. Does the Hiku Community Board ever all extraordinary meetings these fast track something if it's going to hold up the opening? How many houses?
The first lot is, to get this number right, 22.
Did we have the name of the road?
Yep. Yeah.
Is Waironga just brought up a relevant point. Beverly, is it necessary for us to do that, or would you have that in hand? As quick. Okay.
I could look into that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool. Also, nice. I don't know if it's in this part or if I would have reported on it. If we have a section for general business.
Yes.
Yeah. Copy.
Thank you.
Maybe because this is just around some of the online bullying that's happening. At the moment, I'm being anywhere near council with my mataora, having discriminative kōrero thrown that we are of a certain way, our behaviours. A lot of, I know Whaihora's probably thinking, hard enough boy, and just do the mahi, but you know, it's going wider where a lot of people have mentioned that they are concerned for some of us that get online bullying through the actions of the council. I don't know, I'll probably get a slap on the hand for bringing this to this table, but that's how it's been lately. The division, the misinformation around, I think just being Māori has been a hard place at the moment. And so, you know, my own whānau have considered that because I've got low fence line around my property, either blocking ourselves in because of some of those threats. I'm not worried, I'm not scared or anything. I try and video call them back when they write those things online. But, you know, I live in a pretty open space, but, you know, it's come to where my whānau said that conversation around our safety of people following through with their threats. And I'm not sure how everyone else feels, and I just, it's starting to become a full-on defensive fight that's happening daily, taking shots at us, and it's like us feeling. So I just wanted to table that through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, kia ora, Mike. I just want to add to that. Anything that affects to all of us, anything that affects our work, please table it. I mean, we need to know, and we need to be on the same wavelength. Yeah.
Through the chair, can I also add that as elected members, we have a People Safe register when there's any harm, there's any issue of threats, that you as elected members can log on, and it's good to report it so we have a metric to measure that these things are happening. And that's not, and those health and safety reports go to council, and it shows the activity behind the scenes and how it can affect our mental well-being as well. And some mechanisms for support and counselling services and well-being guidance is in there as well.
Thank you, Beth. And I think I stated earlier in some of our meetings, we do our job. We stick to what, we stick in our lanes. And that will always be there. And I think we'll find it on person now, doing it right at council level, all the way filtering down to us and to our families.
And if you want me to file it, you just email me and I can log it.
Thank you as
well. Yeah, ka pai.
Right, mate. Crystal.
Kia ora tātou. I'm just going to talk to mine today. I haven't provided one, but kia kaha tātou. So back at the end of June, I went to the opening for the new kaumātua whare up in Rāroa, as well as up at Te Paki. So they opened 6 kaumātua home in Rāroa, and then another 6 up at Te Paki. Beautiful homes. You may have seen them. They sat outside panel lock for a while beside each other. Lovely veranda out the front. Beautiful opening. The day was a little bit cold, a little bit windy. They had the Ratana band there. It was awesome. The wairua was great. So I'm mahi to Ngāti Kuri and M Hut for getting that off the ground for whānau in those areas. I'm still trying my best with New Zealand Post to get the Blimmer mail delivered up there. Been in contact with them, back to New Zealand Post, back to Ngāti Kuri. So if anyone else wants to talk with me, I don't know. The other one is the road signs in Te Hapua. I know that Hoskin Civil have been in touch with the school as well as some of the community in Te Hapua, which I appreciate. I don't know what the outcome was. There was talk about a hui or a bit better consultation with the haukainga there, so I'll just keep my ears open for that one. The other one that I need to reignite is the safety issues for the speed around the Hauhura area. So where Foursquare is, commercial fishing wharf, coming from the school, it's a really, yes, it is, and it's pretty unsafe without a pedestrian crossing, without speed humps. They need something. Summertime, it's just, it's actually scary because there's heaps of kids there. And I mean, that's their community. They live there. They ride a scooter, but I'm going to reignite the safer Hauhura Road.
Is just a question, Chris, on that one. Is that involvement of NZTA?
Yes, yes.
You getting any
That's
response
what I
from that?
found out. I've just had to go back to Bev's to see where I can pick up where Darren may have left off. I'm not 100% sure, but I'll give it a go.
I spoke to Darren yesterday, so give him a buzz.
Okay. Awesome. That was me. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora tātou. I'll take my report as read. I suppose the main point of mine is that I always feel, as a Māori ward councillor, that I just want people to understand that we're valuable for Māori, but also the whole community, and sometimes one of the issues that we're asked to cover. But the ones I really want to sort of focus on are the stuff that come out of the the accessibility hui last, and the Eddie was part of that. And there were a number of people from Te Hiku, and we, by some sleight of hand, it came out that it would be Awanui would be our first destination. People didn't want to talk anymore. They wanted to see concrete action points. So it was like things like move the planter box, have a disability parking area, a pedestrian crossing so that somebody in a wheelchair could go from one side of the street to the other, and kids, and. Luckily, we've got a safe sort of speed limit, 50. So I've sort of outlined that in the emails, and I sent that to you, Bev, if that can be sort of captured there. The other one was the pensioner units. I have been in touch with Ngai Takoto, who have been trying to pursue this for several years since it was first opened about, anyhow, long story short, I've been told that council passed a motion that the housing for the elderly will be divested to Far North Holdings. I think Far North Holdings has come back and said we can't do some of these upgrades unless we have XXX amount of money. And it's been suggested, because Ngai Takoto have been really trying to get leverage on returning these to them, that there was a suggestion that they requested through a letter that the Awanui flats be unbundled from the housing for the elderly, and that they would like to tono because they have the ability to work with HUD and whomever else funding providers that would give the funding to fix up the flats. So I'm just reporting on that because that's that one. And I know also I suggest I can't support, but I acknowledge what Bill raised, because for us, regular people, you can see that the repairs won't take much, but also understand that the council's in a position that every time you hand out a putia, then there's 100 others waiting for the same thing. So, all that sort of stuff. We got a summary from the chairperson of the Kaitaia Business Association, which I found really helpful, about the impact of the flooding, the recent flooding on businesses in Kaitaia. And sorry, I didn't have my hearing aid there that day, so I wasn't very good at hearing what everyone was saying, but the summary was really good. And what came out of that was, for me, and listening to Te Rarawa Farms presenting at a hui, in council made me think, we always go to one spot of the flood. Yeah. But actually the flood has many points. Yes, right. And that we need to track it within us, a council, community board. We need to track, and I'm sure this hasn't just been invented. So listening to Te Rarawa Farms, and then it also impacts on the wastewater treatment plant. It also impacts on gardens, and it comes all the way through into Kaitaia, and how we sort of pick out little hotspots rather than following it and like working on all the spots and alleviating them. Because one of the things that came from the North Park people is that they had their own pump, that they have a pump that can help expel the water or the overflow, etc., etc. So I'm just really making to Kaitaia Business Association for providing that summary, and no doubt that's already been discussed before, but I just think we need to have action plans on those flooding areas, which has always impacted on Tangongi. I sort of also want to draw attention to the government's recent stance on abolishing mana whakahaere a rohe. Oh, I say the wrong thing. Mana whakahono a rohe. I think the only one we've got in our area is with Ngāpuhi, and it's quite disappointing. And there's been lots of MOUs and all kinds of agreements set up with different iwi and hapu, the IHEMPs, the hapu environmental management plans that people have developed over many, many years. So it's very difficult. I find it very difficult and also disappointing that over 50 years of hard work has been, of graft has just been biffed out the door to satisfy, a right-wing fringe. So I sort of want to put that there. And as I did attend an online session about bullying of women elected members, maybe 2 months ago. So, tēnei te wā tuatahi I rongo e rā kōrero e pāne ki tō mata ora. So aroha mai, and so it's good to know where we can do that, because it's actually hōhā writing codes of conduct and complaints, because, inside our council process it goes nowhere. So if I can flick that to you, I'm not particularly affected by what people are saying about, no, I am affected. I'm very hurt about what's happening to Māori people. And I'll say this, our job as elected members is to really work for the improvement of a situation in our area. We are not a political sport. Māori aren't, we're not part of the sport like, if I got nothing better to do, let's just kick a Māori in the guts. So that seems to be what's happening inside Parliament. And this is my view. And also things are taken out of context and misinformation. So I'm going to say that now, but sometimes people have a counter view. And even if I express opposition, I don't want to be low and kick people in the guts either. I'd rather argue the argument, put the issue on the table, rather than make stupid cartoons about people and say horrible personal things, because to me that's below the belt. But from now on, thanks. I will send them to you, because it's actually hard to deal with it. But sometimes I think it's a hoot, some of the stuff people make up. I just have a big crack up. I don't even take it personally. Thank you. But I want to mention that because I never saw this in the last triennium. This is a deliberate campaign that's set by a certain organisation with an agenda, and it isn't only targeted at our council. It's actually happening in other councils as well, and it's time wasting And it doesn't help unify our community, which I thought we had really strong, supportive aspects within our community that didn't blame people for getting something or improving a situation. So, yeah, that's all I've got to say. That's all. Kia ora.
Stay safe. Can I just, sorry, nothing's been like directed, my name's been called out, but they group us all together sort of thing. Yeah, no, I can answer that.
Understand. You've just reminded me of something that I didn't bring up. There was, when we were all there at the I think me and you were at the council report when Arnold Holding gave their report where they were working with the drains in Kaitaia. Did that go to the Kaitaia Business Association? That report was Far North Holdings report on the work they were scheduling for Kaitaia, i.e. to clear drains. I can remember that was on, I think, a meeting ago or council meeting.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. And I also, because me and Adele were at the
NRC.
Yeah, NRC. And the NRC, can we follow up NRC got that too? Okay. Just to keep, we had a Repo liaison meeting 2 days ago. Thank you, sorry.
So can I just be clear, you want me to forward that to the board or?
No, the number one is the Kaitaia Business Association get a copy of that, and also NRC.
Yeah, maybe NRC.
Eddie, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take my report as read. Just a couple of points on my report is, as you would have noticed, the Info Centre Wanganui is, I attended a Doubtless Bay Business Association meeting, and they're in a bit of trouble when it comes to rent to keep that place open. And you may have seen the responses from Felicity and Moko from me, from my email about ways that the Info Centre could go down to try and fix this problem, or other alternatives to them maybe moving into a council-owned building. But yeah, it is a little bit concerning that that's possibly going to happen to that Info Centre. It is a bit of it's run by volunteers, and they're a little bit disappointed that that might happen to their place in the Doubtless Bay. But they've got some advice now that I've forwarded on to the committee now about ways forward for that. I just want to thank the property management team. Anytime I get onto them about a bin needing to be replaced or something like that, they're onto it. So it just, well, there's probably a little bit naughty of me to bypass the RFP system, but if it gets the job done, I'm just going to continue to do it. Sorry. And as Hilda just said about I just want to thank the board for appointing me onto the accessibility action groups. I'm looking forward to this May, and I did have a my disabled brother did pass away, but it's actually I'm looking forward to working with Hilda and our new chair and deputy that were appointed at the meeting, and the group. I think we're going to there's some action points that have been noted down for our group to chase up, and we've got another meeting in September where we're going to maybe go around and have a bit of a tour and have a look at different spots in the Turku area and identify areas that might be a problem for our accessibility people. So looking forward to that, working with that group. It looks like a good group we've got there, and just want to do a big mahi to Jane, who I know has been representing us on this the Head Start pathway process with the local reform. She's put a lot of hard work in representing us as a community board and putting our best foot forward to try and, keep our boards within this new pathway. So, big mihi up to Jane as well for all her work that she's doing in the background to try for representing us as a board. So, that's all from me. Thank you.
Any questions? Joe.
Oh, thank you. Mark, just what you just read this sort of thing that you but going back to the Matthews Council, do we need to individuals or is it just a group that we get together and sort out the kind of the issue?
I will do a global update with that one. It'll be the
So, and I'm just sort of making note here that there is a new inflatable obstacle course at the So that's a class. The kids love it. So bookings are required, of course, and it only goes up when there's bookings. This does get put away. I'm just trying to think. I don't think there was sort of anything much else. The AGM for the Kaihau Business Association is on the 27th of this month. They still haven't found a replacement because the chair's stepping down. So they've asked me if I would just act before. So I said, I would. Just until a chair is actually appointed. So that's okay. Any questions? Thanks.
Just reading off what you said, Adele, to all our members, to our team, this is the time when committees change, AGMs, etc. happen. So it's a real good time to touch base with a lot of your community groups, with a lot of your ratepayer groups, because you'll be meeting new ideas, new committee groups. So real good time just to say hello. This is me. And already I think 2 or 3 have changed in my ward and in the Whakapiti ward. So if we could touch base with them, let them know we're out there. Right. There was still questions about RFS, simple stuff, but nothing we can't solve real quick. Sorry, Adele.
Sorry, just in terms of what you mentioned about the echo there, it'll be just renewal of a couple of assets. So they have to be costed and put into the long-term plan phase there.
That's what I'm going to have a look at in our tools.
I mean, that's, that'd be good.
Just for you, Mr. Chair, I just noted that you attended, Adele attended a debrief at the Karawa Fire Station about the March weather event.
Yes.
Was that just an invite to you, or was I think there was a mass email. Oh, that one?
Yeah.
I didn't see that one about the March weather event. But what came out about it?
Well, I didn't. Well, I had something else on up because it went on a bit longer than what it should have. So it was. I'd already seen a lot of the what they put forward at the digital hub. Yes, so it was similar information.
And was there different stakeholders there?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
FNDC, NRC, and there was a lot of the evening that were actually covered as well. And around. And it was very well attended.
There was a summary note emailed out of with attachments.
I tell you who was there. It was
I sent to the board.
Quite a few FNDC staff were there. So
I'll send it out again.
Sorry, that's all right.
Mr. Chair, just I forgot, and it's part of your report too, Adele. Angapia Marae, I'm on the mailing list. They were asking about, and it'll probably be the same for Rangikohu or Whata, about the Herekino camp. What what's the update? What's changed? If there's a summary report that I can send those three marae. And the other thing which may have been mentioned already by those who got here earlier was we attended the Lake Ngātu blessing this morning for the alcohol ban there. And so that was represented by council, community board, local iwi and local wakaama clubs, which is really great to see that now the difference is that when there are people who are hooning around down there, you can ring the police, because the neighbours have had to deal with, the nighttime activity and all kinds of stuff happen. Blinking toilet seats are missing, the blinking water taps, everything goes missing, and taps, basins, soap dispensers, toilet paper, there's a whole lot of vandalism and stuff that goes on down there. Not that will cover it, but it'll cover the alcohol ban. And the main issue was that people are going down there drinking. It's been going on for years and smashing bottles, and then the kids get their feet cut. So just kia ora to everyone who turned up this morning. That was a really good outcome for our lake, I think, given the number of people that use it from dawn to dusk every day. So, hoi nano.
To the chair, I just wanted to say, so all the actions that come out of this meeting that you asked me to do, I actually lodge it in an app we use at council called Loop. And I'm happy to send what those actions are at the end of these meetings, so you can see that I'm tracking as well. I'm a bit behind with your RFS reporting to give you the status of all your RFS at the moment. And please welcome me along, invite me along to anything that you think that it's relevant for the board that you have active in the community that you want some support on. I'm happy to come up.
How much notice do you need, Bev? Not the night before.
Yes, not the night before.
I'll tell Trev there.
And just one last thing from me. We as staff also find it overwhelming with all the social media. But a thing that I was always taught by my elders is if you give it credence, it builds. So when I see something now that might be offensive, I go straight past it because it tracks your viewing, and that gives more feed to build everybody inputting into it if you can. Yeah, that's just
watching those fishing videos.
Yeah, they hook you and reel you in. Yeah.
Thank you. Something I've just remembered again too. A couple of days ago, we had a meeting with the River Liaison Committee, and the minutes will be coming to me, which I'll push through to council and to all of us at the table. The other thing too, there was some urgency even with the River Liaison Committee and Northern Regional Council that there has to be a tighter networking with emergency services, and it sort of explains exactly what you were saying just a while ago, Ed, about fire brigade and all of that, everyone being on the same page. Crystal saying that, assembly points, all of that. We just need to get a lot more cohesive in terms of that response. So yeah, it ties in all those areas.
So just following on from that, Paul, there was quite a number of resolutions that were made at that meeting on Tuesday. So I'll ask the minute taker and Pete, one of the people from NRC, to forward the resolutions through so that we can actually follow them through.
And those will go to
FNDC as well.
All of those will go to us and also to council.
I suppose I'm going to ask a process question now. For Ngai Tagoto to request that that the Awanui pensioner houses be unbundled from the group divestment to Far North Holdings, what's the process? Because should it come through the community board before it goes to council? And I haven't got anything in writing, so I'm not prepared to do that. But I mean, that would take, because I hear that motion coming up in September.
Okay.
It's now August.
Yeah.
So if you did have an extraordinary meeting to discuss naming streets so that the Te Rarawa houses could open within a time frame, maybe this other thing could come up as a, I don't know.
Yeah, understand.
Yeah. That's at least 2 items.
Can we pull up on that, please? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not sure on that process myself, so I'd have to.
Like an extraordinary.
Registration. Oh,
Yeah.
extraordinary, I do know, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Rachel.
Hi everyone. Been listening to all the kōrero, really great. I was just going to give you a real quick update because I had to go and I haven't put a report in. Is that okay, Chair, if I do that now?
Rachel.
Cool. Just yeah, really great. Been away, so I'm just still sort of catching up, but just wanted to update you with some of the committees that I'm on because it is particularly prudent for us up in the far north. I'm on the Regional Transport Committee and also the Regional Economic Development Committee. They both regionally are doing plans for infrastructure and roading, and I've been quite concerned that we don't really feature in a lot of those plans. So, for example, the transport or infrastructure plan, they make reference to connectivity between Whangarei and Far North, but there's no actual tangible, measurable outcome as to where we sit in that. So they're probably sick of me, but I've been harping on about we want to see our critical routes that can actually, we want them actually written down as to what the critical routes are and that they will be on that infrastructure plan. So I'm following that along just to see that we don't get mentioned in the words, but we actually get some action in actually writing down a tangible. I'm concerned that we're just going to get dropped off. That same as with the regional economic development. There's a lot of talk about Marsden Point, even up to Nafa, which is great, but then nothing further north. So just being mindful of that, and especially with what's happening with the mills. So I've been tracking that along as well. It's I don't want to talk out of turn, but it's not dead in the water as yet. That's all I could say about that. So I'll continue to follow that along. Finance and risk, once again, just looking at how these things are affecting ratepayers and just trying to keep it. We've got those meetings coming up this week. So we'll continue to look at that. Local government reform is another big one that's on everyone's sort of minds. So I have a lot of questions around that, most of which probably can't be answered right now, but just very concerned for our smaller communities that are we going to get left behind even more if we go to a bigger authority as an overseer? So just, I've got a lot of questions around that and concerns. I also brought up recently in one of our meetings around the climate adaptation planning, which I'm really supportive of looking at how we can, make sure our communities are well covered if there is a large weather event. But my concern is that they've got their dial turned up too high for risk. And they even admitted that if the dial is too high and the area is considered super risky, it could cut off or reduce services to those communities, and I think that's the last thing we'd want to see. So that's quite a complicated process, but just want to be aware that I support the adaptation plan. I'm just concerned that the measurement may be a little high and could cause risk to properties and potentially reduction of council services. What else have I put on my little list here? I've got the Regional Transport Committee meeting tomorrow, so I'll report back to that because another thing that we, myself and Councillor Court on the roading portfolio have discovered is that NZTA funding that they gave us in 2022 for the cyclone, the weather event, because we haven't used it in the time required, that they will be taking back some of that funding, which was they were funding 91% of some of those repairs, and because we haven't used it in a timely manner, that funding will be, some of that funding will be withdrawn. So it means potentially a bigger share of those repairs will potentially fall back on the ratepayer, but the roading team are working to mitigate those expenses. But it just goes to show that you really need a tight handle from governance on what's happening in those spaces, because we can't afford to lose funds, and we certainly can't afford to lose any reputation within NZTA when we were about to march off down to Wellington and ask for more money. So yeah, that transport and infrastructure space is massive, and Councillor Court's amazing in that and does really try and advocate for the far north. So rest assured, we are working hard in that space, and myself and Firehilda and Felicity are all, I think, advocating really well for the far north. So yep, just wanted to give you a little update.
Any questions of Rachel?
Hey Rachel, Eddie here.
Hey.
I just wanted a quick question on is the Hihi speed signs come through? We did get a presentation from the ratepayers from Hihi, and I'm just wondering whether that's come through any of the committees down at council.
No.
I haven't seen the Hihi speed signs. I was talking to our roading portfolio meeting the other day about the road signs up in Hohora that I know Crystal was concerns about the placement of them. Yeah, was it? Yeah, right. So we were talking about those, and I can gather more information for that. If you want any more clarity around that, just let me know. From what I gather, we didn't have a long discussion about it, but from those road signs, they weren't changing the actual speeds. They were just putting the signs up to say that this is the speed limit here. If they don't have the signs up, they can't infringe people for speeding over that sign. So it was probably, I said, well, do you just think it's poor placement of where those signs are? But Crystal, if you have further concerns about that, just email me and I'll bring it up at our weekly portfolio meeting and get clarity around that for you. But Hihi, no, I haven't seen anything about that at Hihi.
It's just that we've got a resolution in our agenda. Yeah, and we've just got no notes on this, that's all. I just don't know.
Okay, just send that to me, Eddie, and I'll bring that up as well.
Thank you.
Because you can get some great answers out of that portfolio team. They're really good and they're really proactive. So, yep, send that to me.
Thanks, Rach.
Any more questions of Rachel? No? Rachel, thank you. Keep up the good work.
No worries. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Guys, our kitchen staff are waiting us for lunch, so I'll go adjourn for lunch. Sorry, we're nearly there, but...
Are we finished? Finish this one off.
You want
in favour?
You want to carry on?
It's just got to...
Yeah.
Oh, resolutions.
No, we just...
But I think that...
Okay, so we adjourn for lunch.
I thought you would have finished it. Yeah.
Yeah, waiting for us.
Is there something else we have to do?
Open resolution.
Just open resolutions.
That's it.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Get ready for us.
He bumped it.
People live stream
Welcome back, everyone. We're now on to 8.2, page 80. Open resolution resolution reports. That the Hiku Community Board received a report. The Hiku Community Board Open Resolution Report for July 2026. Move it, please.
Yeah, I'll move.
Second up.
Yeah.
Right. Open for questions, discussion.
Through the chair, on page 83, the Farnell Regional Museum Trust Act for Colonial Health coming up would be, you've had an email from the chair of the trust saying that the building, they don't have to vacate the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically.
So unfortunately, agenda was already out.
Oh, that's
So
fine.
we got
Yeah. So I'm just sort of saying.
Sorry, the Pioneer House they have to vacate
Apparently, yeah.
because of repairs.
I'm not sure. I'll have to find it in
I
my
have email right here.
We have email.
So
And then when
Here we go.
yeah.
police will not now proceed, so the item can be removed from the open resolution. This is from Cheryl Bainbridge. Thank you. Please contact Ruben if the board members have any queries. So if you have any questions, I can ask Ruben to give you an update.
Well,
But it says here through the chair, the building is not fit for purpose and it makes sense to consolidate at the Te Ahu premises.
Sure. Yeah, I can't get an update on this state meeting. Oh, geez.
So do I need a second to get rid of that resolution?
Through
Any other
the,
questions, discussion?
through the chair, page 81. So Bev, are you going to chase up that one, the Hihi?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
and have it on Rachel's radar.
Cool.
Through the chair, that item is being currently reviewed by the transport team. They were called out last week. They had some sort of work with transport and the Well, they were out of office literally all of last week doing the work for NZTA, but I'll follow up with Marguerite as soon as
And were you going to give us an update on the working group? Okay.
well, the working group remains Matthew's output. So that one, I will find the first message. So it's different from, sorry, I'm just trying to find the message. It's a bit different from the drainage board because it's actually a working group. So it doesn't have to follow the same process as the drainage board. I reached out to Chanel, and generally her team is only involved in working groups established as part of resource groups. This, I sent her your resolution, the one they moved, and she said it seems a lot more broad than what they deal with. So she recommended that I to reach out to infrastructure team and to manager, which I've been. Basically, what she said is if anyone attended the hourly reverse working group, they might have some information on that, so on the Matthew's outfall. Beyond that, she would need some specifics about the exec development side that we're looking at in what area we're talking about specifically.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, our resolution though was that the Te Hiku Community Board establish a working group, and I thought we'd, like the chair of the drainage committees were
Working
going to...
group will have to be there will have to be several teams from the council that would need to be involved in that working group. And to answer your question from before, we would need the reference, the terms of reference and memorandum of understanding that would be prepared collaboratively with FNDC. So for me to determine which team needs to be involved, they asked a bit more information.
So you still need it for the chair, you still need a terms of reference for a working group, even though it's not a committee. Oh.
Well, I thought that you said that you didn't need the terms of reference because it was only a working group and you would need the individuals like
it's not the same as
drainage committee.
It's not the same as drainage committees, but still, she said we would have terms of reference for memorandum of understanding prepared. So either one of those two.
Through the chair, I think, so the intention, I think, was Adele and I are already on the drainage committees, quite high. So the intention was for us to be available to work with that group, Fiona as well, and then somebody from FNDC and someone from NRC to come together and walk that Matthews outfall drain to see and work through, like, how do we have that overflow into the subdivision from Tokyo Place in that area. And so it's really, who from the council sits in the drainage committee, so I get their names, but they were so it would be Tui and Alistair, I think, that have the expertise in drainage. Maybe it's one of them or both of them there, plus somebody from NRC. And we just need to get together, get some gummies on and go walking around. So I think we want to do it.
Could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Could you email what you just said, and I can pass your email to Tui and Alistair, Shelley, all of them, and between them, they're all part of the same team. They can get in touch with you directly and just proceed with it.
I think terms of reference and all that sort of stuff is just bureaucracy going stupid. And all we want is a working group to work through the issues. And I'm sure that some of the people from Help Out of Place would like to be invited as well.
Maybe either terms of reference or memorandum of understanding, which
why a memorandum? It's only just going to be a working group that's going to look at the drain and recommend back to council possibly in the next month or two, so we can actually get something into the working.
Send me the email and I will pass it on, and then we'll establish if we can just go ahead and do it without any red tape, or do we then need to establish a working group?
Refresh my memory, Adele. Was that brought up at the River Liaison meeting? It doesn't matter, because as soon as the minutes come through, I'll just check and see what was noted there. Yeah.
I just thought that if someone's been at the River
Liaison
meeting,
yeah, well, the minutes should come back, and they should be in our hands and this week sometime.
Chair, I think the key is probably the flooding event. It's sort of a shotgun approach in the KBA flooding meeting. It sounds like that meeting that we had was sort of a shotgun response to that, and we're looking for a bit more precision on the Matthews outfall specifically because of the impact for reasons.
Because of the water.
Yeah, those were all resolutions passed at the River Liaison Committee. So I'll make sure those are there. Once I've got that, I'll email you copies there.
Just pop it and see them, and again, I'll see you next time. Because somebody,
we saw Peter and the secretary. So.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Another one for the chair was the page 82, and I just wanted a response back about the seating. I know Bev was chasing it up, but did you end up in
Well, an update. So the CBs only make the recommendation regarding the memorial seat. The actual delegation for it is with council. And the need for hapu consultation comes from the council process of writing the reports as part of our compliance schedule where we have to consult with iwi. The last thing that I have, it went to council and there was some request for extra information. And I understand that at the meeting, Councillor Foy said she was going to have some discussions as well with iwi.
Mm.
Yeah.
Not with iwi. It was left to lie on the table so that because the map stipulated a set place and I sort of raised that there may be another place that might be more acceptable, but because the map said it had to be here, right on the beachfront, which is where a lot of the dune restoration is happening, and whatever the hapu iwi said, so that the Felicity would follow up and see if there was anywhere else along that area that might be less more acceptable. And then I think, hell, we wouldn't mind a bench like that at Lake Ngatu, but obviously the whānau want them over Taipa.
Well, we discussed this in length before. And,
So that was why it was left. Is there another place? Do we know somebody in that area that might say, here, put it here? Front of the school, the front of the, like the back end of the school that looks over the beach. I don't know.
So what I was trying to get at is why don't hapu and iwi be asked about what are the places where SEEK can go, and instead of going the opposite way?
Sure.
Pai. Yeah. Sure, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe the memory's a bit crazy sometimes. But didn't we hapu were against it before hapu and iwi were against that originally going through? Or was that?
They weren't consulted initially.
Yeah.
And then their consultation process, they came back with they didn't take it there.
Yeah, I just feel that the way what's being explained now is Councillor Ford is going to go out and find out from the family, hey, where's there another place, and then what's
not
the point?
necessarily the family. Are there anywhere else along that frontage,
parcels
right along there where it could be?
That'll fit.
Yeah, that'll fit in with no drama. Oh, I shouldn't say that, but with no, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Be private property, I don't know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. The private property area is not in here. Gotcha. Thank you.
See?
Way to be on a concert,
All of that. Well, that's I thought there's a couple of seats already down there, isn't there, in front of the school?
There's a memorial on the beach side, eh?
Yeah.
We're going down there soon.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
I'd like to move a new resolution for you, Mr. Chair, that the community board receive continued reports back on illegal dumping site for cameras.
I'll second that.
You've been involved.
I can edit, but that report is going to tick off my face.
It's going, sorry, dear.
To tick off Committee for Transport and Infrastructure.
I actually thought through the chair where an email was sent to us to say that the community board was going to be kept updated.
And that's all you're asking for?
Yeah.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yeah, through the chair, I think I'd be quite keen to know the numbers of illegal dumping events they capture, and then what follow-on prosecution, warnings, what sort of numbers are falling out of that. So, yeah, it's a great tool, great deterrent, but also that's help.
Yeah, just through the chair too, I noticed at Church Road where they do the cameras, that the black bags have cut down a wee bit, but they're still
there, eh?
still there.
Yeah, same with Kangaroo. We had the meetings with the horse.
Well, I've noticed that Back River Road, it's improved big time.
Okay, thanks.
And that's why I just want us to the board to be told or reported back and said, hey, that's actually working in these places, these cameras. And we just get to know, like what Trevor said, maybe some data, capture data.
And through the chair, just an answer to my Hilda's question earlier, the my understanding was when we left that Hui and Hiku that they were installing one there that week at the same time as Church Road. Yeah.
Yeah, I drove past the cameras and still with me. Oh, good.
So that was one of the outcomes by Hilda. The other ones were more for them to go away and midi a bit and then come back with and meet further with the school community and marae to discuss what does the beautification part of that look like and what's the resources that we have available.
I suppose the thing was that when the Back River Road one was done, people saying there's some cameras, what are they for? Yeah. So, our comms too, why are they there? They didn't know what they were actually trying to catch, speed things or rubbish. And isn't it sad? I mean, isn't it good that we got people dropping it off in a bag? we get really on a yellow bag. I mean, I wish council made big black bags, whatever. Would that help?
Well, it's the black bags that are costing ratepayer at the end of the day. Because if they're dropping them at these locations and not paying for it, that's what costs the ratepayer.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just imagine if the council made their own black bags, then it wouldn't be a drama. But we made a drama between a black bag and a yellow bag.
In other words, don't give them a choice.
And those have gone up?
Yes, the fees increased on Saturday across the board, and we haven't. Like the normal bags were $3 and they've changed to $4, but they've never been up since 2017 and sat at $3 for many, many years. And because of all the fly tipping, it's given extra cost to clean up sites that have just been dumping rubbish. So, it's adjusted the fee.
So just to say also that the Arapotta Road, where they're dumping bags there, is an absolute disgrace. And I think they need to clean that site up. It's disgusting. So you have a look on the way home and you'll see. You know where Arapotta Road is? Up the top of Kangaroo Hill.
Oh, okay.
In terms of the motion, the Hiku Community Board requests that staff provide a monthly report on illegal dumping at sites monitored by cameras, including the number and location of incidents reported, response times, enforcement action taken, cleanup costs, emerging hotspots, and any recommended prevention for community education measures.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Well, we're in our update now. Yeah.
All those in favour?
Aye.
There you go.
Can we think about a black bag or a bigger bag? I don't care what it is. Whatever.
Well, through the chair, the feedback online from people out that way was just make it free and we
Make it free.
That's the ultimate thing. The pressure point for people. They can't afford to pay $3 for the yellow bag or $4 for the yellow bag, but you buy 20 bags of Pack and Save for $5 or something. But then it's the pressure on it's the human waste that's strewn everywhere, and it's all of flowing from there.
You have to think about how they're going to get the money back to pay for everything of the contractor. So it's not just a black bag, it's a cost.
Something to think about.
It was sad because we were trying to push for comms to go out about those cameras, and we had a little bit of pushback from them saying, "Oh, wait, just wait till we get some data." And as a board, we're trying to push for us to say, hey, these are these cameras here for this reason, not for anything else.
Just put it out yourself.
No further discussion, no more questions? All those in favour?
Aye.
What do you constitute? Oh,
Chair, if I may, Mike, you were asking earlier about the letter of support for Yarwell for this next round. I think I've always got that said.
Thank you.
Nice. That's all.
That's all you got to do in a meeting. What else you got, Vic?
Yeah.
Now you're road name. Yeah.
Now you're road name.
Oh, yeah, did you see that?
Can I ask you to close that meeting?
Stop, boy.
Mihi ana kia tātou, hei mui ta whakakapinga tā tātou hui. Me te mihi ki ngā ringa manaki, mā rātou anui whaunga i a tātou. Kia inoi tātou. Kore ki te matua ki te tamaiti ki te wairo tapu, he pērā hoki te timatanga. A he pērā nui nā e nei. A he pērā tunu, ake ake, amen. Yo rā.
And just a reminder, put your makeup on, you're now on camera. Most of us